Well, I don't know if the queen wants to spend time with Rafal, but that's his plan to spend time with the queen. Um, and then oversee a lot of like the construction of like the arboretum, and then I assume Rafal's going to have to attend a lot of parties. I got a feeling he's going to get invited to a lot of places.
I mean, the nobles have to celebrate your victories. And what better way than drinking themselves silly?
I mean, so Rafal's going to definitely be carousing with nobles to try to make sure that he's
Gonna forget all about the
capitalizing on his new fame.
It's like we won't even matter anymore.
Well, like if he can make everyone like him, then a lot of people could will be like telling the queen, yo, he's of noble blood and blah blah blah, and so if he can get people to like him and stuff like that, I think that'll be get him a long ways.
Swiftly take over the kingdom next week.
Who knows? I don't know. Whatever next, terrifying thing happens.
Oh, jeez.
It's gonna be weird not seeing the overgrown zone anymore, huh?
I mean, maybe we can keep like some trees and stuff,
So with Nari's gold, how much closer is Agrimar to his 66,545
66,000?
Jesus Christ, Agrimar.
I'm short about 62. At the current going rate, not selling anything.
You need me to sell Crownfall? Jesus Christ!
Can you narrow down exactly what it is you're trying to?
Yeah,
stop trying to sell my.
What costs that much?
Agrimar might need your mom to pay his rent too.
Jeez, what's costing you that much money?
Three sets of very expensive protective armor. Plus weapons to bolster everyone who doesn't have a magical weapon. Something for Nari, and some magical earrings that allow us all to talk to each other.
We get to be badass and accessorize.
You might have to go to the underworld and get a loan from a loan shark or something.
That's connections.
Boyle, I need a favor.
Who needs all the sets of armor? Because I know you were telling me about one of them.
Nari, Kevin, and Rafal.
I mean, Rafal doesn't need the armor.
No, but you would look dashing in it.
I do not deny that. And I do miss having fire resistance.
Well, can't give you that.
Oh, I thought that was the armor you told me about.
Yeah, but you won't give up your attunement slot to the bracers, so.
I mean, my attunements are pretty sweet, man. I've got Crownfall, the Lost Crown of MistHaven, and Angelic Bracers. That's kind of hard to beat.
But I can give you a really good armor that has resistance to something else.
Not without the attunement.
Never mind. What? Damn it, Ryan.
No, Ryan.
The resistances cost attunement.
An idea I had, Ryan, was eventually, maybe if I could, it'd be cool if there was an armor set, bonus. So if I had Crownfall, the Lost Crown of Misthaven, and another piece of royal regalia, if they could all occupy, maybe the 3 would only occupy 2 attunement slots because I have the set. It was an idea.
Dope, Diablo style.
Yeah. I think Dragon Age has armor set bonuses, and a few other games do. And I was just oh, that's a good idea for an armor set bonus, is that it only occupies 2 attunement slots.
So, Ryan, with that particular medal, would he still get the pluses, or would that not?
You would still get the pluses.
Okay. So, yes, I can make you plus armor without attunement slot.
Well, how much would it cost me to just buy a +1 suit of plate armor.
A hell of a lot less than what I could make it for.
Because that's like a rare item, right?
Yeah.
Let's find out.
It's uncommon for a +1 shield, and it's rare for a +1 armor.
So to buy it up to 20,000 gold for +1 armor, or for +2 suit of armor, it'll cost Agrimar the same to make it.
20,000. I don't have anywhere near that much gold.
I will say,
technically neither does Agrimar.
I was going out on good faith that
but he's also got an extra 20 weeks of downtime.
I've got like
his list that
I've got like 4,000 gold about there.
I will
And
say
I thought that was a lot.
we have an item that would adequately pay for all of this.
You want to sell my flask?
Yes, I want to sell your flask.
How much does it? Oh, because the legendary items sell for a lot.
It's worth like 75, 80,000 gold after you sell it.
I bought that for 300 gold, and you want to tell me to sell it now?
I'm trying to save Nari from dying in water.
You gonna make me a ring of water walk?
No, armor that will protect you.
Ring of water walk is like the same thing. I can't fall in the water.
And she's already got that.
Kevin has that.
Kevin has that.
It'd be a big angle to try and get that from Kevin.
Oh no! The second I gave that to her, she loved me.
Oh, I know. I wouldn't try and steal that from her. I would.
Hear that? Rachel, the party's plotting on stealing your ring of water walking, so they can return to throwing you into lakes.
You want to go see a blue talking dragon again? Well, here you go. You're right. Throw you in the water. Yeah, but I mean, a ring of water walk, that's a lot cheaper than whatever suit of armor you're trying to build, and that would save some money. I mean, armor's badass, but, you know.
Yeah, priorities. What is the, like, if you could only build one thing, what would you build?
Can't build anything.
Not a single thing? You don't have enough money to craft a single item?
No.
Okay. Not so much if you could afford it.
Enough for earrings and the rapiers.
I could probably swing the rapiers and the whisper earrings.
You know what we could do? We could do a heist.
Rafal is going to be talking up a lot of parties, and we can just send Kevin to Wild.
Yeah, you guys definitely don't need to do that with Rafal. It's true.
We don't have to tell Rafal how we got the funds.
Yeah, that is
Let me
true.
consult
He
my
just
list.
does. Because I have someone. Kevin has someone that she wants to steal from.
The local orphanage.
She's not that heartless. Okay,
Tuli would not advocate for that.
The Vana Beak. It was the guy who pretended to be assaulted when she
The guy who
pickpocketed
sliced
him.
his own hand and then started calling for the guards.
Yes.
Yeah, we should rob him blind.
Yes. No, not
I'm sure
only
there are other
that.
people as well.
Not only that. Steal all his left shoes.
You can go a step further and steal his soul.
Take all of his family photos. They can never be replaced.
Yeah.
It's the one thing you can't replace.
Just empty his entire house.
Wasn't that in a TV show?
It was John
Comedy.
Mulaney.
Yeah.
It was John Mulaney. That's right. Okay. It was a stand-up. That's right. I was like, I've heard that before. Where have I heard that?
My computer has been at 100% for about 3 minutes.
Getting there. It's doing great.
I really believe it, but
Well, how much
Okay.
farther could it possibly have to go? It's at 1%.
Oh fuck! It finally did it.
You see?
And my computer froze when I was reinstalling The Sims 4 because I decided I wanted to build my own house because this remodel's taking too long. And it got stuck at 100%, and it still officially won't say that it's downloaded, but I can play it, and it's still like, this game's still installing. I'm like, okay, I just want to build my house.
Sure,
please.
Steam, sure.
That's the
Whatever you
stupidest
say.
feature ever. Where downloads are like, you can start playing it like 20% downloaded. Then you open it up, but if you try to play anything, it's like, this game's not finished downloading yet. It's like, why would you give me the option?
I mean, it says it's at 100%, but it's just like, it won't like finish the download. So it's like, I don't know what's happening, but I was able to build my house. It made me feel better about the remodel. So
Outrageous. It's a scandal.
I one time got very sad and made a pirate ship.
She did. It's pretty badass.
On The Sims?
Yeah.
I love The Sims. Like, I could play
so
all day
fun.
on there.
You can play
You
God.
could build anything. Like,
Someone made Howl's Moving.
what? People are amazing.
Oh god, that's terrible. Oh god.
Well, we're all here, Ryan. What's the plan, bro?
Oh, yeah. Okay, it's getting real. We gotta figure out our downtime, guys. I mean, I don't know. Right now we're at the overgrown zone, though, right? We just came out of the
The
sewers.
party just successfully emerged from their mission beneath the overgrown zone inside the city sewers, where they went through hell.
I mean, I wouldn't call
Upon
it
coming out the other side, you saw the city's armed forces all gathered around this entryway where they were lying in wait for you to emerge with the dragon in tow, only to find that you guys already took care of everything for them. And so there was a little bit of celebration that started preemptively up here. Well, I guess no longer preemptively now that everything's dead.
I hand Nari the necklace that she had so that way she doesn't die.
You mean the one that Rafal already took off of you and gave to me because you said you weren't going to give to me? Thank you.
I did do that.
The amount of sass
Fine.
in that
Agrimar, you think you take 1 point of sass damage till you realize you shift and adjust and you feel the acid from the aboleth still slightly singeing at your skin, despite the potion of acid resistance.
At this point, Agrimar is resistant to the sass damage.
It's been a long time, but you're still used to it.
So I'll take the aboleth and I'll just like plop it on the ground, so that way I don't keep burning my skin.
But you guys emerge with a whole crowd celebrating and cheering around you. Everyone's still armed up to the teeth. There's all sorts of ballistas, catapults, scorpions pointed roughly towards you. Barricades erected with some of the wood and barriers that have been set by fallen stones. Sandbags have been set up. What would you guys like to do? You're effectively in the middle of this military encampment now with no obvious threat to the city.
Nari's going to pull out her weapons, unsure if these people are ready to attack them or not.
No, these we like because Marcus already came out at the end of the session, right?
Yes, he came out and basically
okay,
the one that
we already
started the
talked
cheers.
through it. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Good. Nari's just slightly confused. Okay.
Can Kevin scan the crowd to see if there are any suspicious individuals, maybe those who are kind of fading back in the crowd or something?
Roll me an insight check, Kevin.
I am trying to open. I'm on roll 20.
Just like old times.
God. God, this silence.
Just as
Very
a precaution,
uncomfortable.
I want to use one of my divine sense just to kind of make sure that there's nothing like too bad around.
As you grasp hold of your holy symbol and send this pulse throughout the immediate area, you do detect a very powerful presence of undead coming from the tabaxi to your side. Aside from that, a faint radiation of celestial coming from Agrimar, but otherwise no fey, fiend, or undead within 60 feet of you guys.
To 17.
God and a dead guy.
Kevin, you're looking around, but you don't see anybody that looks iffy. Nobody that looks to hold ill content towards your victory.
Mhm.
Everybody seems genuinely relieved that they don't have to fight a dragon right now. That problem's already been taken care of by you.
So I had a question, Ryan.
Yeah.
For my find greater steed, could I use like the stats for like a Griffin or a Pegasus and summon like a Phoenix to ride?
Sure, that sounds awesome.
Dramatic.
Because like Rafal's seen a real Phoenix, he knows what it looks like.
This won't be as beefy stat-wise, but sure. I'm cool with that.
It's used the CR2 stats, just like
not
aesthetically.
the CR19.
No. Big difference,
Yeah.
right?
That's cool. And it's a little more friendly to be up close with for the kids.
Exactly.
It's a chibi Phoenix.
That's a cute thought. But yeah, Rafal. I'm thinking Rafal could summon that up and fly over to the castle to give them the good news. And maybe take Marcus with him.
What's it look like as you conjure your greater steed for the first time?
I was thinking that. How long does it take to cast the spell?
It's 10 minutes, right?
I don't know. Yeah, 10 minutes. And maybe I won't do that. Let's walk. Then we could celebrate with everyone in the streets. But Rafal will say to Marcus, we should probably head to the castle. I guess I should do this in character. Well, Marcus, now that we've been victorious, we should probably head to the castle and give Queen the good news.
Sounds agreeable to me. Following your lead, I suppose.
All right, let's move out, everybody. And Rafal's going to head for the castle, and he's going to remind everyone to not touch the plants.
And as the order starts moving through the city streets, just flanks of these military men start stepping aside and clearing streets for you guys to walk through with plenty of berth. As where it narrows up in some places, there's all manner of applause and pats on the backs and just arms reaching out to touch the heroes of the city. It's very celebratory-ish.
You don't want to touch me. I'm covered in acid.
Yeah.
Oh God, why did you bring that out? Oh God.
I mean, they're probably disgusted right now because we're covered in
Covered in
shit,
acid
right?
and sewer gum. Yeah.
You guys
Don't worry. Phelan has been walking with you guys, and she would have cleaned you all up.
I was going to say,
Phelan
would have prestidigitation dose.
Oh yeah, the whole time in the sewers, every time someone took a step, she's like, "God damn it, I just cleaned your leg off. Can't you stay out of the shit for 1 second?"
So as the party starts making their way through the streets of the city, and behind you, you can hear, in addition to some of the applause and commotion, it sounds like the siege weaponry is starting to be torn down as you start to hear hammers just planking and tinking away at all manner of constructs that have been erected as they start to take them all down. And after barking out a couple of quick commands to start scattering the army back to their original posts, Marcus Endrin, as well as two other officers, two uniformed officers, follow you guys in step.
Yes, I like the imagery of the general following Rafal. This is good.
I was, am, and remain a soldier, sworn to devote my heart and soul to the restoration of humankind. There's no greater glory than dying for that belief. It's because of you lot today that we don't even have to face such an option. Not this day, anyways. This is a day for celebration.
Huzzah!
Huzzah! And there's an echoing cheer of huzzahs back amongst the army of the Emerald Enclave. Huzzah! Huzzah! Huzzah!
Well, we're gonna make our way. Rafal's gonna go straight to the castle, by way of the Phoenix Feather Inn, though, so that we can drop off Cookie and anyone else that wants to stay there. Oh, and Phelan should also probably let the little people out.
Oh,
yeah, I gotta figure out how to deal with that.
They've been trapped for an extra 3 days.
Yeah, you guys
But
been
they're
working on your
alive.
attempt to feed them.
Oh, God.
I've been sprinkling like little rations, you know, like little fish, you know.
You've been
Sprinkle some food
sprinkling
on them.
fish
Soul flakes.
into a cage of little people.
No, Phelan has it, not Nori. Nori's not feeding them souls. Yeah, eat some soul. It's good. No, she's been like crumbling up her rations and putting it. Yeah, she's been making sure they don't die. But yeah, she's gonna try and cast Dispel Magic when we get back. I mean, I guess she could do it now if they, you know.
You guys are
Don't wait
walking
any
through
longer.
the streets towards the Phoenix Feather Inn currently. You can do it now or at the inn.
I'll
or later.
wait till we're at the inn. I mean, they're pissed enough, you know. May as well be like, yeah, but you know what? You guys are safe, so fuck off. And here, have a drink. They can eat and drink at the inn and be happy, and then they can go on their way. But not for free. They better have money on them. But yeah, let me make sure Phelan has Dispel Magic that she can use.
If not, you can give it to Agrimar. He can do it.
I think you guys spent all your Dispel
Yeah,
Magics
yeah.
today on
Yep.
those elemental
She
gems.
has a first level spell slot left. So no, she can't do shit. You have
Did
a
you guys-
wand though, right, Agrimar?
No, that's detect magic, but
Oh.
once per short rest, I can
But
recall a third level.
Nari does have Dispel Magic that she should be able to use.
Well, I guess the first question for Amanda is, which character are you playing?
I plan on playing Nari, but I mean, if it comes down to, because I know she has to let the little people out, because I mean, that's Phelan's job. So I think we'll get to the end, and then Phelan will have a lot of work to do at.
I have an idea of how to help everyone in the situation. Phelan and Nari will have to have a conversation later.
Okay.
So, how did you happen upon a cage of small human beings, anyways?
Sewers are a weird place to be.
Everyone
With a
collected
group of
something down the
hags.
sewers. Oh, okay.
Rafal is not afraid to tell the truth.
It's not the first time that these guards have seen the hags either, so...
First time they've seen a cage full of little people from the sewers.
We rescued them from some terrible hags.
Sewer hags. I'll be sure to double up the city's guard inside of the surface tunnels to prevent further shrinkage.
Sure you want to phrase it like that? No, I'm just kidding. Oh, good idea.
No,
No,
I think magically gifted as son of a few in my studies.
I think we slew all 3 of the coven, so we should be good. You know, in addition to killing a dragon, and the aboleth, and the rest of the Golden Lotus.
Not all of them.
Yeah, I wouldn't be so sure the rest of the Golden Lotus.
We're still pretty much in danger.
Pretty sure
you
there's
know.
Speak your mind, Kevin.
Oh, what? No.
I said speak your mind, Kevin.
Oh, speak my mind. Okay, well, for one,
no.
You don't want her to do that
right now, and I think you should just believe what Rafal is saying.
Long day, okay? I mean, just.
I was defending you, Rafal, but fuck me, I guess. Whatever.
I think what she's referencing is that there could always be a threat to MistHaven, but at the moment, it is dealt with.
I'm pretty sure there are X's over all those Golden Lotus pictures up there.
No.
There's still 2 that are unaccounted for.
2
We're pretty
unknown.
sure.
There's still the Rakshasa we don't know about.
Kevin killed it.
No, we killed the Rakshasa. Well, I mean, it went back to hell, but like.
Yeah, so it's going to be an ever-loving threat to
all 5 of those Golden Lotus pictures have X's over them.
But there was the 2 that were like disguised.
Mm-hmm.
The one
those were like fake images, so we don't know what they were really. Because there was the Dragonborn and the blue-haired chick. Those ones you're talking about?
Yeah.
They were like disguised, but I don't know if they were disguised based off of other people or not. But.
And I think it's safe to assume that with how like well thought out this is, there's definitely more of them somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's true.
Because I'm pretty sure this seems like cult shit.
But for now, it seems like the threat is dealt with.
For the time being, yes.
There's just a cult and a blue-haired chick and a dragonborn.
Endrin, we have so much to tell you. Like, crazy amounts to tell you. But we should probably not do it in the streets now that we're thinking about it.
All right.
Yep. Keep walking. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming.
As you guys are continuing, you make the turn down Elm Street, and Agrimar, you're the first to spot some movement up on some of the nearby rooftops. Silhouettes at first, but you catch somebody jumping rooftop to rooftop, following you guys.
Is it a familiar silhouette?
Roll me a perception check.
All right.
Does Kevin see it?
What's your passive perception?
I think it's like a 22.
That's way better than Agrimar's.
Ouch.
Yeah, my perception is 12. Plus 12.
Plus 12. So, yeah, that's a 22 passive. Kevin, you also see a couple of small figures leaping rooftop to rooftop on the other side of the street.
Are they children?
They look to be about the size of a halfling.
Huh.
Can you point them out?
I got a 21 active.
28.
They look to be effectively small children.
Wharf rats!
Leaping rooftop to rooftop, following you guys down Elm Street. And with a 28, Kevin, you can make out one of them has a sling in his hand.
Oh! What's this fucker about to do? He's about to meet God, that's what he's about to do.
Well, Agrimar is right here.
They have been tasked with protecting the inn, okay?
Oh wait, these small children
Ishad has kept zombies at bay.
This is our spy network, okay?
Our spiders.
Well, does this little child look like he's about to they're about to fire it?
He's not taking aim at the party.
Great. Kevin will keep an eye on this one.
All right.
Kevin's gonna secretly like this one. It's gonna turn out to be a lot like her.
Oh, he's gonna. He fires at her. He's going to have to survive like for the first 3 hours. I'm not advocating for
My
child.
downtime is to hunt a child.
Oh god, that's terrible. Fuck.
But it's not too long after you guys turn down Elm Street before you see the familiar wooden sign of the Phoenix Feather Inn still hanging out front.
Can Kevin rush ahead to see if there are any traps around the Phoenix Feather Inn to see if anyone's just to investigate for some traps?
Sure. As Kevin takes off before the party without a word, sprinting down the street.
Yeah, like she doesn't stealth. We can't see her anyway.
Not in broad daylight. In an open street where there's attention on her.
That's never stopped me before.
Kevin, you rush forward and get up to the front doors of the inn. Giving the front doors a once over, they appear to be locked, but you don't sense any sort of traps.
Can Kevin enter, kind of give a once around, and then just meet back with the party?
Sure. Go ahead and roll me a Thieves' Tools check to pick the lock.
Can I do sleight of hand instead? I don't know how to roll.
Just climb up to
Using
the
your
second
Thieves'
story
Tools,
window.
Yeah. Is Agrimar shouting this out to her?
I see her fumbling for her keys, and I'm like, just go up to your room.
I mean, we would have locked. I mean, you know, we're rich.
Take her snap and we'll have the keys to open.
Kevin will activate the wings, fly up to the second story, realizing that she has a bit of money, break open a window, go into there, check around for traps, make her way downstairs, check around for traps, and when she's done, make her way, unlock the door.
Kevin, as you break open the window upstairs, you hear movement outside upstairs in the hallway. Somebody's rushing up the stairs.
Yeah, preparing the hand crossbow if this is a friend or foe or someone that she doesn't know.
Ready to hand crossbow as the door to this bedroom flies open, and you see a flurry of blades charging towards you. As there's about 7 kitchen knives wrapped up inside of the branches of this awakened shrub that comes screaming into the room.
No shrub.
I love the
What would you
shrub.
like to do?
Dodge? I was not expecting this. I was not expecting
We told him to protect it all with his life.
I was not expecting Bernie Shrub, gotta be honest.
Such a good shrub.
Oh, fuck, that's
I'm
right.
proud of him. He's come so far.
Yeah, Kevin is going to try to jump out of the way.
He's going to swing at you. Will a 15 hit?
No.
The blades come swooping down with a very wide arc, and you easily sidestep around his first barrage. As you see him taking a moment to steady himself back up, uprooting himself, and repositioning as he turns and now seems to recognize you. He says, "Oh, why did you break the window?"
The door was locked, and I just decided, you know, we have a bit of money. I might as well not waste my time unlocking the door, and I could just replace the window.
You could have knocked.
Yes, that is true. However, I just wanted a challenge. Realizing it now, probably should have. But, you know, you never know. We've been away. There could be traps. Has anyone visited this inn since we've been gone?
Not since you left, but challenge it is as he swipes again. That's a 17 hit.
Yeah, 17 fucking meets my AC.
To be fair, he does have to roll with advantage or disadvantage because she said she was dodging.
On the first swing, he did. That's going to be 2 points of piercing damage as one of the blades slices across your upper arm.
I wasn't expecting.
Nobody's been here since you guys left, but you gave me a thorough listing of everyone welcome and everyone else who is not.
Okay, am I a part of those people who are welcome? Because it doesn't feel like it right now.
Absolutely.
You
Okay,
just wanted a
Welcome
challenge.
home.
Great. I didn't want this type of challenge. Great. I'll tell the others. I'll
Then
also.
a riddle it is.
What?
30 horses, white as snow, in a cave of Wendigo. Ever chomping at the bit. Can you say the name of it?
But honestly, I can't. I know. Kevin is going to walk out of the room and.
That's correct. As he just drops all 7 knives and just comes following after you, hobbling down the stairs to the front door, which you can see there's a couple of chairs stacked in front of.
That's right, we barricaded it.
And you can see the silhouettes of your party members through the windows, through the stained glass windows on the other side.
Kevin is going to remove the chairs and open the door.
And within moments, the party is reacquainted with the Phoenix Feather Inn. Hello!
Hello, Shri. Did we give him a name? We did. I don't remember.
His name is Shreves.
Shreves. Good day, Shreves.
I
day.
Bernie shrubs.
Nari, when she gets to the inn, she'd like to put her hand on the door. Can she enter?
Nari, you gotta put your hand on the door. And something's just preventing you from stepping forward.
Does Rafal notice?
Marcus Endrin behind you says, after you, Nari.
Agamar is right in front of
Rafal
her.
will also say, yes, Nari, come in. Very loudly.
Hesitation is gone.
And she's gonna come on in. Happy to be home. That's not real.
Oh yeah, we didn't explain to anyone where Nari came from. No one asked, I guess.
He was doing reconnaissance in the sewer. That's
5 went in,
Clearly.
7 came out. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
She was with us a few days ago. It's not that sus.
Yeah.
Yeah, just, a week ago, 5 years for some. No biggie.
Yes.
No idea what's been happening this last week, so she's just like, wow, we're still here. Okay, this is cool. It's cool.
And then once we've kind of dropped off the excess people, Rafal will make his way to the castle.
Rafal, do you need a guard?
Well, is Nari coming? Is Phelan coming? I don't know. Or is are we going to let out the little people here? Those kinds of things.
So
I think
now that you guys are back,
Cookie is with us. We can leave Cookie here. We have a lot of excess people now that I think about it.
Smart
now
guy.
that you guys are back home, who's doing what?
Kevin is going to go room by room checking for traps. I mean, we've been gone for a while.
Roll an investigation check, Kevin.
Hell yeah, and I didn't close it off. Fuck yeah.
And I think all the beds are still torn up, right?
Probably.
Last time Kevin went through them.
And, just a once over of the beds again, just making the situation right.
Kevin, as you go room to room to room to kitchen to room to room to bathroom to room to room, the last door upstairs, you find, look to me, the door itself is slightly ajar, and at the top of it, precariously balanced, is a large metal pail.
Didn't Kevin do that?
She did.
I don't remember doing that. That was 8 months ago.
I'm pretty sure you were trying.
You're trying to get it to fall on Agramar, right?
Kevin will just leave that up there.
I love it. Oh my gosh.
Is upstairs?
You don't know.
No, I don't.
It was the last door she looked at. That's all we know.
It's the last door Kevin searched.
Whichever door that was, there's a bucket upon it. It will fall on one of our heads, I am sure.
Kevin, it looks as though the rooms, aside from the occasionally moved bit of furniture, like it looks like these beds might have been slept in, judging by the twigs and sticks left upon some of the comforters.
Aww.
Nothing too precarious. Like there's no other broken windows, no other unlocked doors, no other signs of forced entry, and no traps anywhere else.
Except for the bucket.
Especially no hex bags anywhere.
Good. Kevin will rejoin the party.
Rafal's going to the castle.
I'll travel with Rafal.
I think Nari's going to stay behind. I don't know how she feels about going to the castle right now.
You wouldn't be able to go in.
Yeah, exactly. Without, the queen saying so. So, Nari's going to stay behind. Phelan's obviously staying behind because she's a side character now. But yeah, Nari's going to enjoy just not having to deal with anything for the first time in 5 years. She's just
going to take a break.
She's
Nari,
just going to... She's so excited.
If you need to take a nap, you can use my bed.
Nari's going to have a smoke.
She's going to pull up in Agrimar's massive chair by the fire, would bring up a blanket, and just be like, oh my god, it's done. She's going to have a cat nap. It's going to be great. She's going to be so excited.
Are we going to have to get Nari a coffin to sleep in?
Oh,
no, she doesn't need a coffin to sleep in.
She's not weird, guys. She just eats souls, okay?
It would be so
Yeah, there's nothing weird about that.
Yeah.
At this point, it doesn't weird me out
that we
at
have.
all.
Could be worse. Could be way worse. She's a normal person again, okay?
Wait.
It could be worse. You could be you could die in the sun. You could, not be able to go into homes that you're not invited in. Could be worse. Yeah, you're right.
Try to swim and just drown.
Yeah, just drown. Mm-hmm.
Imagine that, not knowing how to.
I don't like that disaster right now. That is a choice at this point.
You guys don't want to go enjoy their tea parties? Kevin and I knows that Agramar has some of the best ones. They'll probably come back with cakes. At least a cake while they eat 30 of them. You're more than welcome to. Hey, I'm not trying to kick you out. I just don't want you to miss your chance to see Miss Queen Lady. Family's a big deal.
I feel like I would insult someone to the point where I'd find myself on the scaffold, so I'd rather not.
It's so good to see something never change. I've missed you, Kevin. Oh, Mike, I know we've been through some shit by now. It's been like half a day, but who are you again?
Oh, I'm Thule. Hello.
It is a pleasure to meet you. She's gonna put out her paw to shake.
Thule will absolutely shake her paw. Handshakes, they're nice.
Yeah, it's mutual, no hugs. It's a little weird, but how about we get a round of drinks going? Yeah, that sounds exciting.
Julie, did you want to come to the castle?
Actually, drinks sound great. I'm staying.
All right.
And a bath. Take a bath.
Oh my god, yeah.
I'm sure Cookie fixes up something nice.
3 mugs of the warm golden liqueur.
All right. By the way, Shreves, you're back to remember Cookie?
She's allowed.
She's allowed. I love it.
She's in charge.
That's what I was gonna say.
All
Shreves.
Get over here, everyone else!
Nope. Shreves, stop.
You can't command me anymore! You're not in charge here.
Oh, goddamn
He's the original PPG.
Whatever.
We'll
All
let
right.
Cookie handle the
It's
Wait,
all-
you guys.
It's all you, Zephyr.
Before Rafal leaves, Kevin wants to pull him aside just for a sec.
What's up, Kevin?
Okay. I know this is going to sound, but I just need you to do me a small, teensy-weensy favor. I need you to kind of ask for intelligence in Averston about maybe the Fae Fairies, maybe just the Thieves Guild, see if they know anything about it.
I'll see what I can find out.
Great, and don't tell them I asked you. You know, make this very covert.
Yeah, part of the investigation. I get
Yeah,
you.
part of the investigation, yes.
I mean, it's not that hard, seeing as we have one in custody.
Right, just don't implicate me.
No, I'll use, oh god, I forgot her name. The one that's in jail up there in Old MistHaven.
Honestly, I do not remember her name as well. Yeah.
It was only 2 days ago.
We'll
It's
use a
been
lot
more
of
than
weeds
2 days.
instead of eyes.
4 days in the sewers.
Oh god. Yeah. Anyways, yes, I think I could do that.
Great. Kevin will go back to the bar and start, I don't know, drinking her weight in alcohol.
All right. So back outside, Marcus Endrin and the 2 members of the Emerald Enclave are by no means trying to rush you guys, but are ready to go whenever Rafal and Agrimar emerge from the inn.
Yeah, Rafal will apologize for the wait and say that they are ready to continue on.
No apologies necessary. I can only imagine the relief it is to see your home again.
I'm glad it made it through this hellish week.
What I understand, this place has been through a lot.
Quite a bit. Lots of history here. I'm glad to be associated with it. Let's go
This guy's
tell
giving
them
me
they
like
can take...
weird, creepy vibes of that he's never been here before.
I mean, dude, this is like the docks. Why would he come over here?
This is the poorest part of this town.
Yeah, like, nah, dog. Like,
There are literally drug labs set up 2 blocks down the street.
yeah, this is not the area of town that he would come to.
No, I know.
Rafal
I'm just
gets
saying. It's getting weird vibes from the guy. I'll talk to Rafal as we're walking.
Is it rich asshole vibes? Because those are the vibes you're supposed to get from him.
No. Like he's putting on a face vibes.
Well, I will tend to not take any sort of insult from this conversation happening directly in front of me.
Hey, Rafal would not say that in front of him.
Agrimar.
While we are walking, Agrimar, is there any way that you can send word ahead of our arrival, the way that you did while you were still in the sewers when you contacted me about Rafal? Otherwise,
to
getting
who?
through that barrier could be difficult.
I believe we know how. We just knock.
Yeah,
Well,
speak
right.
our names and we enter. But if there is someone you would like me to message in order to have a welcoming party ready, then who would you like me to talk to?
You should message. Oh god, she's not on here. Why is she not on the right?
Artorius Simber.
Huh?
Not on the right, but Artorius Simber.
Yes. Artor.
I'm sure I've got a spell slot for that.
Do you?
I don't know. I clicked long rest when I leveled up, and so it screwed everything up. So.
Well, we took like 2 days of rest to dispel everything, right, Ryan?
Spent like 3 days down there just doing dispelling. So that everyone to have slots to do all the dispelling.
And then we had to walk another 8 hours out, so
Yeah.
you probably have a 3rd level spot available.
Is that what sending is?
Yeah, 3rd level.
Yeah, I've only been playing a cleric for 3 years, but I don't know what I got. Then yeah, I can do that on a short rest. So I will cast sending and say, the mighty Rafal and Agrimar and Endrin will be approaching the castle momentarily. We must have an audience with the Queen to discuss threats that have been eliminated.
This is most agreeable. Is the city safe? Is it safe to dispel the barrier? I can pass word along to the royal court, and I will see to it that they are prepared for your arrival expeditiously.
Ryan, do I have a second spell slot?
You tell me.
I told you it reset everything. I don't know what I have left after dispelling everything.
Sounds like a die roll to me. You
All
want
right.
evens or out?
I'll take evens. So before I cast a spell, I say he wants to know if the city is safe and they can bring down the barrier. Do you feel that it's safe enough for full?
You can tell her that yes, it is.
I will reply. Did I say him?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. I reply to her with a message and I say, yes, the city is safe. You can lower the barrier.
And no sooner do the words leave your mouth than you start to see like fractures from an iceberg. The ice sphere surrounding the top of the pyramid just starts to fracture and fall. And that, like, before these massive chunks of ice hit what's beneath it, they vanish into just plumes of mist that starts to spread about the base of the pyramid and into some of the city square below.
That was pretty cool.
That was cool.
Rafal, I know it's very early to celebrate our victory, but I do think that we might want to elevate our home, considering we are the saviors of the city twice over. I love the inn, but we might want something a little bit more grandiose.
Why?
Well, if you're going to show your privilege, then you should show your privilege.
I could also be humble.
Look at you, Rafal. Your cape is billowing.
Yes, and?
That's not very humble, my friend.
Why not? It's heroic. Doesn't even require attunement.
That's good. I'm just saying, we might want to have a symbol that shows the glorious return of yourself to power. Or notoriety, whatever you choose.
My friend, I think that there is no amount of dick measuring that can measure up to this. And he points up at the pyramid.
No, but might be nice to have something.
We can discuss it later, my friend.
Very well.
As you guys start your ascent up the many stairs up the pyramid towards Castle MistHaven.
Oh, I hate this part.
Would you like me to carry you?
No.
You get about a third of the way up before you see that snowy white owl start to make circles around the castle.
What was her owl's name? Merlin?
I think so.
It was a
Archimedes. That was it.
That's right, yeah. Sword in the Stone.
It had something to do with Merlin. That's what it was.
Good afternoon, Archimedes.
And it just keeps circling a little bit wider, a little bit wider as it starts to survey the city. And as you guys rise and rise step after step, you are greeted by a small battalion of these Mist Maidens up at the top with the full plate armor, with the red accents, who are still armed and at the ready, but their blades are not out. They aren't looking hostile towards you.
Oh, that's weird not seeing the blue on the map. God, that's been there forever. Oh.
as you guys approach, and you can see in some of the parapets, there are more of these palace guards just at the ready, just in case anything went down. As you walk, as they open the large front doors to the castle MistHaven, where there's an audible groan throughout the castle's halls, announcing your guys' arrival to the castle. And Marcus Endrin steps up towards some of the nearest guards and starts to discuss about where some of the different commanders might be positioned inside, as they're going to need to be updated on the current circumstances of the city below. And he effectively, the Emerald Enclave kind of fractions off from you guys to start their own communications with them.
Getting to work. All right. City is back up and
I like him.
He's
and
efficient.
the two Mist Maidens that open the front doors for you guys follow your suit, and they lead you towards where the main castle, the throne room, is at. Where the sealed doors, and outside of those sealed doors, you can see a friendly smile on a familiar face. Bob and Ashante is waiting for you.
So evil.
That dagger is going to end up in my back one day.
I won't allow it.
I was pleasantly surprised to hear of your victory in the sewers. Seems like you bit off more than anyone else thought that you could chew. But you handled yourselves quite well, from what I understand. For that, I believe you've earned the city's gratitude.
I believe so.
But nevertheless, despite what you have done on behalf of the city, there is a small manner of courtroom proprieties to discuss. The manner of how deep one's bow should be when in front of royalty, as well as as her eyes are kind of lingering on Rafal's crown, attire.
Did she bow before Rafal?
She didn't. I was just about to bring that up. Rafal will say, "Do you know my lineage?"
I know that you are not a king here, and to where the crown speaks otherwise, and in some kingdoms it is even seen as a sign of treason to go against the royal families there.
Good thing I belong to the royal family herein.
But not high enough in the family's ranks to have earned that crown.
Then it's a good thing that I've already discussed it with Her Highness. And Rafal's going to push past her into the throne room. Also, can I do an insight check on her? Because I don't think Rafal talked to her much last time.
I got a passive insight of 19 on her.
She also can't lie to me. Well, she has a hard time lying to me.
Two of you get the sense that Rafal wearing that crown seems to offend her on some level. Like, you're working as if she... How to phrase this in a way that makes sense. As if you aren't respecting the proper lineage by wearing the crown inside.
Like I'm doing it early. Got it. Rafal, as he's pushing past her, will take the crown off and like just hook it on his sword.
It's her job as the seneschal to make sure that people uphold courtroom appearances in front of royalty, and like that they are bowing deep enough to show respect to the royal family.
Oh yeah.
So by
Rafal's like putting her in her place by reminding her of his royal blood, and
he'll hates every part of it.
Yeah, and he's gonna hook the crown on his sword, and as he's walking in,
you hear audible grinding of teeth from Agrimar. He's thinking, Rafal wouldn't like it, don't kill her. Rafal wouldn't like it, don't kill her.
You can't just kill everyone.
She deserves it.
Yeah, come on, Agrimar.
We can kill whoever we want.
Leave some for the rest of us who haven't been knighted yet. Come on, we still have to murder someone.
Get double knighted,
No,
Agrimar.
But Agrimar is definitely wary of her because he's getting Lady Annabelle vibes from this chick. So he's
I don't
keeping his guard up
because she just kind of showed up.
Well, I just wonder if the queen is making her own decisions again. But I walk through, jaw clenched, not saying a word.
With jaw clenched, the two of you walk into the grand throne room that looks infinitely larger because of the mirrored ice floors, ceiling, and walls, making it sort of like this infinite expanse with a throne seated up on its dais near the back. It's a beautiful room, if only for the spectacle of the illusion that these mirrors are presenting for it. Like, have you guys ever been in a room where it's mirrors on all the walls and the floor and the ceiling, and so it looks impossibly large?
Yes, I've been to the Palace of Versailles. It's crazy.
Exactly the sort of vibes that this throne room is giving off. Except there's a red carpet that runs right down the middle of it that leads up to the throne. And there, seated on the throne, is none other than Her Majesty Queen Ilyosha Ashiolahi. And she rises upon seeing the two of you enter her throne room, and a smile beams across her face.
Oh, I just wish I could see the look on that lady's face behind me. That's right. The queen stood up when we came in.
I give an extremely deep bow, and I look behind me. Is she watching?
Rafal will give the appropriate bow because he knew how low to bow. He doesn't need her to tell him.
As the two of you bow and Agrimar, you look backwards, you see Valvana step into the throne room as she closes the doors behind.
Your Majesty, we come victorious. We have done as you asked and saved the city.
You have the city's eternal gratitude for it. If it might be of possibility, varying rumors have started to spread about the nobility. I don't suppose you'd be able to belabor me with any of the details.
Oh gosh, where should we start? Okay, so let's see. When we left here. Okay. So you Your Highness so graciously gave us the vantage point to be able to see our enemies in the air. So we were able to find our way up to the airship, neutralize was it Demi-Lich? That was
something
aboard.
Similar.
Somebody who had a tremendous command of undead and conjuring and things of that nature. And so we were able to neutralize that enemy, after which the fog machine, I don't know where else to put it, we were able to stop that, thereby bringing sunlight back to the city. We delivered the flying airship to the Emerald Enclave in Old MistHaven at Fort MistHaven. And after that, we went to the Overgrown Zone to neutralize the threat that we learned of a dragon. So we went down into the sewers to pursue this beast. In the sewers, we met all sorts of terrifying challenges, including fighting a coven of hags, this black dragon, the rest of the members of the Golden Lotus, including an Aboleth. And it seems that the threat to the city has been neutralized, Your Highness.
I have heard stories of those who've traveled through the sewers, of all sorts of horrors that have lingered from aeons past. I'm sure they didn't give you too much trouble.
Rafal will smash, put a big old smile on his face. It wasn't anything we couldn't handle, Your Highness. You tasked us with saving the city, and we were not going to let you down. I was not going to let you down.
Her smirk kind of droops a little bit. But only the two of you return?
The rest of our party is very tired and have decided to stay behind at Phoenix Feather for respite.
Completely understand. And the smile is right back to beaming.
In fact, we saved 2 others that had been taken by the Golden Lotus.
And many other citizens that have been taken by hags.
This is the first I'm hearing about hags taking prisoners. I suppose it's also the first I'm hearing about anyone else being taken prisoner in this whole debacle.
Yes, I imagine we'll need to do some kind of a census to see the damage toll.
Maybe some time before we truly know the extent of which this attack has hindered our city.
But we also bring good news, Your Highness. We have come up with a solution for the overgrown zone as well.
I'll hear it, but even the most powerful sorcerers from the Academy have cautioned against trying to use more powerful magics than they've already attempted. It seems no matter what they've tried so far, it keeps growing back.
Yes. See,
In fact, it was making
it's
it worse.
very deep magic, and there are dryads that have a connection to the plants in the overgrown zone that we were able to communicate with. And my idea is to build a structure outside of the city that we can move all the plants to and allow the dryads to take care of the plants. As long as we don't harm any of the plants, we should be able to accomplish this and clean up that area of the city. We gave them our word that we would move the plants, and they agreed.
It could.
You negotiated with the plants?
With a dryad, yes.
Looks a little bit perplexed at this.
It's a fey humanoid creature that specifically dwells in the glades in the Feywild.
Maybe Julie should have come with.
I got your back too.
Is it, as she kind of lowers her hand down towards the floor to start determining about the scale, and she starts off with about the size of a dog and then slowly raises her hand upwards and upwards. Is it about the size of the other gutter fey?
The dryad was a humanoid size, right?
It was slightly shorter than Rafal, if I remember right.
House drakes?
Rafal will hold up his hand about yay high. Dryads are quite powerful beings.
If they are this powerful, is it advised to keep them in such close proximity to the city?
They could
as
prove
long
to
as
be
they're on
valuable
our
allies.
side, it's fine. We take care of the plants. We keep our promise. We have nothing to fear. They're very balanced and harmonious creatures.
Not only that, but if we get on their good sides, and we do this for them, we might be able to have commerce with them, and they might be able to provide us with food and different plant-based products that we would be able to use and sell. It could be very profitable for us.
Very beneficial.
If you think they can be trusted at their words, even for a fey, then I will spread word to the commanders of the city guard and the Emerald Enclave that these plants within the overgrown zone are not to be harmed. I will send Artoria to communicate with the academy and the university to stop their experiments.
Excellent. I believe that their word can be trusted. And they can be communicated with if anyone knows Sylvan. The language of ancient elves. It was Sylvan, right?
It was.
Sylvan with broken Elvish.
It's something that you don't understand.
Thule told him. That's just what I remember.
Yeah, the Dryad was
She
able
was speaking
to,
Sylvan to us, and that's why we didn't understand.
pick up a common Elvish. Because from what I understand, isn't Sylvan like...
It's like
it's ancient Elvish.
Like the Elvish.
It's like the Latin of Elvish, yeah.
Okay, she seats herself back onto her throne and just kind of thinks.
Yeah, Rafal just solved all of her problems.
Basically.
If I may make a request.
Speak freely, Agrippa.
Thank you, Your Highness. I would like to start a temple here closer to the capital, the castle, to provide aid and recovery for the people on this side of MistHaven. I know it's a stretch, but Lady Annabelle's lot would be a perfect location for such a temple. It was used for harm before, but I think it could be used for good now.
You mean her greenhouse?
Didn't she have two places?
Yeah, she's got the...
You guys are... Are you asking the queen if she had two places?
No. I was asking you, Ryan.
What did Agmar say when she says the greenhouse?
The greenhouse wouldn't be bad either. That's a good spot.
No, but I don't think I could fit a temple in there. She had
the
her
greenhouse is like an apartment.
Yeah, she had her residence, but she also had set up an empty lot just west of the castle. As you know, she was a practitioner of druid magics, and she was using that as a clandestine escape route in case things got hairy. I would like to remove what she had placed there and put something a little more holy.
I understand. This vacant space can be made yours, and I will look into the city's coffers to make it possible for materials and resources to begin construction on this temple. It shouldn't take us more than a couple of years to erect a structure in its place, but I think it's the least that we can do for what the Order of the Phoenix has done for our city.
The funding for and manpower for the temple will not be necessary. I can handle that myself. But
Oh, do it, Agmar. Let other people help you.
No, they can help with the arboretum.
Arboretum, yeah.
Arboretum, whatever. No, I'm not going to be greedy. I was going to ask for the funds for the temple for our armor.
Materials can be provided for this temple. I will speak to several stonemasons and woodworkers. And should I send them to the lot directly or to discuss plans further at the Phoenix Feather Inn?
I'd like to Rafal. I think that
have them come to the end. We'll have a contractor.
We'll have a contractor come to the end, but I think that the labor might be better use for the arboretum.
Well, don't worry. There's going to be lots of what am I going to say?
We're creating plenty of jobs.
There's going to be lots of planning to rebuild the city. That's what I meant. It's going to be a large effort with a lot of people involved.
It's going to be huge.
It's going to be huge.
Gonna build a great wall.
Okay.
Ryan, I'd like to redact who will be allowed to come in.
Well, you have up until the time that you first cast it to decide.
That's fine.
All right, then simply the lot space will be allocated for your temple. This can be done, absolutely.
It's
Is
weird.
there anything else we can do for you?
Well,
I've lost track of the number of times that you've saved this city within the last week alone.
yeah, it will be nice to take a little bit of a breather. I will admit I am quite tired.
With all due respect, Your Highness, we have been through a lot. May we reconvene at a later time with any possible requests?
Absolutely. Um, if there's anything at all that you think of, don't hesitate to ask. The city is in your debt, and I cannot thank you enough. And it's not often that I say things like that to anyone who walks into this throne room.
I am like resisting the urge to be petty so much right now. Thank you, Your Highness. It is always my pleasure to be able to help you in any way that I can. And yeah, I guess we'll go ahead and turn around and
Are you sure there's nothing else?
You talk to her about Kevin's things. I gotta go to the bathroom.
The castle has been isolated.
I mean, Kevin specifically asked you to ask something.
No. I know. I just don't know if I want to ask straight up the queen about that. Because do I know who the queen's like spy master is?
I don't think you do.
Do I?
That's something you could ask about. Like, hey, who's your spy master? Need to talk.
That is actually something I might be interested in.
Yeah, they'll be able to look after the Inquisitors if you trust them that much, too.
That's true. That is true. Rafal will say, Your Majesty, come a little bit closer and discuss something discreet.
Runs out of the room to go pee.
Rises from the throne, descends the few steps, and then approaches on the red carpet. As he approaches, you see from the side of the throne a larger figure that you didn't immediately notice because of all the reflection also steps forward with the queen and just kind of shadows her as she approaches you. This large female figure with a deep scar in the plate helm that she wears, concealing her face.
God, I still don't trust her.
I was just about to type in there, like,
Isn't she literally like the queen's personal guard?
Yeah, but like the one that died and came back to life.
She's hardy.
So Rafal will lean in close to her and say, we still aren't 100% sure where this golden lotus came from, and I need some help gathering information. Who would I go to if I needed information about, say, happenings in Aversnet? Do you have a head of your spies?
If it's information you do not wish to be directly associated with, I could put your questions through to some of my own contacts. I believe you've met the good Dr. Thomas Wells, have you not?
Indeed.
I can arrange an appointment for you at the Phoenix Feather Inn.
This would be agreeable. Thank you, Your Highness.
Or if it is of any urgency, I could see if he's still within the castle.
I believe we can be patient with it. It's not something that needs to be done today.
Understood.
And, if you're ever available for dinner, I would very much enjoy that.
There's an audible coughing from the back of the room. As Vavin is clearing her throat, but not saying anything.
And Rafal's going to do the old smile and wink at the queen because he knows that she doesn't much care for the traditions either. And he's going to bow and say, Your Highness.
As you rise from your bow, she said, I apologize, Rafal, but unfortunately with things that have transpired as they have, I will be far too busy with other such appointments and restoring the city in order to get dinner somewhere. And she shoots you a wink with the eye opposite from Vladana as she turns round on her heels and starts stepping back towards her throne.
Rafal will turn to Agrimar and say, You think we should bring back cake?
Bring back who?
Cake and desserts and all those things that we owe them from last time.
Yeah, we should. We really should.
We should, right?
I think it would be very upstanding of us to offer everyone food and dessert. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Uh-huh.
Let's go get a picnic basket from the kitchen to take it back.
We will do that. We're going to the kitchen.
Nari wants some damn
all sorts
cake.
of desserts.
Vavana just follows you from the throne room to the kitchen. Not saying anything, but occasionally tisking as you scoop another piece in lieu of that.
We earned this cake, you shit.
I just want to say I showed her my ass when I bowed.
Giving a very obvious judgmental scowl.
What us fatties need our cake.
They did
playing
give us
dragons.
money, but apparently we can't have any cake.
And they did flash her Agrimar's taint, so she's not too happy.
I missed that. When did that happen?
When I went in and I said I do an especially deep bow.
Oh
Just for her.
I missed
Mir
that
is
part.
higher than most, seeing how tall he is. So it wasn't
my
so
god.
It's almost at eye level.
Doesn't Kevin go next to Agrimar all the time?
Not anymore.
Oh, God.
Nope.
Yeah, there's a reason why there's
God.
a 5 feet difference from us. Like,
Don't worry, not exposed anything that's underneath that skirt in the desert.
Those are the balls of God.
Who is the only one who needs to see it to be initiated into the group?
God, that sounds really bad. Don't say that.
Hurry, Agrimark, get in the bottle.
Rafal will also say hello to his mother while he's at the castle before they leave.
Oh, yeah, I gotta say hi to Mama Edia.
Raiding the kitchen pantry.
oh god.
Is there anything the three of you back at the inn would like to do during this time? As the first couple of rounds start to flow out, and Shreves is starting to get the hang of how a tap works, but hasn't.
Oh,
quite
God.
figured
Where's Bickerstaff?
Cookie's right there.
He's asleep. She has been through some shit.
Yeah, dude. Cookie's been through hell.
Just saying. She's been through.
Okay,
She
guys,
cut.
you guys keep saying this like this is what you go through, but people have actually been through hell, and I promise you.
Would you stop bringing
Dude,
up
Cookie
how
was
hard?
taking the torture of everything that they were zone. I think she might be able to say she's been through hell.
Even playing Phil.
I mean, maybe close, maybe it's pushing it.
Cookie feeling every plant that died. Maybe Cookie's died more times than not.
Yeah, you can't
All
monopolize suffering, Nar.
Okay, that's fair.
All the more
Gets
reason
another
for
shot.
a buddy cop comedy. The lizard and the cat.
If she would be up for
We'll
it,
workshop
Julie
the
wants
name.
to have a drinking contest with Kevin.
I love
Oh
it.
my gosh, yes, please. Nari will
We're gonna
referee
come back
'cause
and
Nari-
everyone's
They're gonna
passed
be
out.
slitty, and then we're gonna get back with all this dessert. They're gonna be like, "Oh my god!"
I'm excited.
Oh God, I always have a hard time rolling Constitution saving throws. Yeah, but sure.
But it's okay, you're safe. You're in the inn. You just broke your window, so no one can come and get you in the middle of the night. You'll be fine.
I just
You'll be
broke a
fine.
window. I just broke. That's like the not defi- That's like the opposite definition of safe.
It's okay.
But
You
were
can
sober
sleep in
then.
Phelan's room.
You know,
Yeah, you did that sober, so what are you gonna do when you're absolutely shit-faced?
Fix the window.
to the best of my ability, put up a mattress.
Become opposite Kevin and do good deeds. It'll be hilarious.
Yeah.
Undo all the locks about the inn.
Donate to charity.
Nari's gonna go over and help the shrub pour appropriate glasses because tap can be a little difficult. I'm gonna teach him the trick of tilting the glass as you pour so it's not as bubbly. And then she's gonna bring the drinks over to Tuli and Kevin.
He doesn't have eyes to understand what you're
Well,
describing
I'm like
to him.
holding the cup with him, so be like, here, hold it, tilt it this way as you pour.
So the first couple of pours, it makes no difference at all. But you showing him again and again as you're filling round after round, he's starting to get the hang of it. Now that he's realizing you keep telling him to have this tilt to it, he doesn't understand why. You're very adamant about the tilt to the mug. So he just starts tilting it
He's
at
learning.
varying angles. But if you guys would like to have a drinking contest, absolutely.
Yes.
Sure.
Oh my
yeah.
God, I'm so excited. So excited.
All right, so one beverage apiece.
Yes.
2 beverages apiece.
Just keep
How
them
do
coming,
these
treat.
things normally start?
I don't.
1, 2, 3, go!
Apiece. Do you bet anything?
Well, listen here, Shrubby. We just wait till one of them falls on the floor.
It's gonna be me.
Don't say that, Kevin. You've been through some shit, you know. We've seen some shit. I mean, you are the hardest partier I've ever met. I don't even know who Tuli is, so you've got this. I'm rooting for you.
I don't got this, but let's do it. Yeah, I don't know why I don't have a lot of confidence right now, but fuck it.
Yeah, fuck it. And the mug slams down in front of Kevin, sloshing the ale all over the countertop. A second slams down in front of Tuli, sloshing all over the countertop. Another one slams down in front of Nari, sloshes all over the countertop, and it's just kind of like I got a small film of this ale all across the surface of this table.
All right. On 3, we drink. Nara, you getting in on this or no?
I was gonna be referee, but if you guys need me to be in it, I guess I can. But I was really more interested to see you two pass out.
I don't feel comfortable with that because
I'll join. That's fine.
Besides, Phelan
can be
right? She
referee.
can referee.
Who?
Is Phelan at the inn?
Oh yeah, Phelan's there. Yeah, I guess she's background character now. She's with Zephyr. They're tending to their plant together. It's been a long
A
time.
4th mug slams down on the table in front of
Well,
Phelan.
no, Phelan's with Cookie in the kitchen. I'm sure they're enjoying their time.
Yeah. Okay, on 3,
4th mug
right?
slides back across the table.
Okay, let's do this. I wasn't planning on it, but hey, let's do it. I was excited to watch you two go at it.
All right, so let's make it interesting. Loser dies.
No.
No.
All right, I still don't think I understand what this thing is.
It's a fun game played between friends.
No bad consequences. Consequences of hangovers.
Except maybe like a few notes being sent between to someone that we don't some embarrassing notes,
Okay,
in my opinion.
so here's the deal. Nari's gonna take some ink out of Phelan's bag. The loser gets ink all over their face. You get to draw whatever you want on the loser, on their face. Here's a quill. So whoever passes out first, here's an ink, here's some quill, and you use your blind because you don't have eyes, so you just draw on them whatever you want, and that's what happens to the loser.
Does everyone agree to these terms?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Then scoop up your beverages and let's begin.
Do
What?
it.
Okay. On 3.
One.
Okay.
Oh, 2,
Oh, I can't. I don't know.
No.
He count to 3.
and then you
very
say
good.
3,
3.
and then you say go.
Go.
Yeah, and now we drink.
Drink. So for the first round, can I have everybody roll me a Constitution saving throw?
Come on, come on, come on. Oh my god. Yes. Oh, wait. Why did I roll twice?
Oh.
See, Kevin.
Kevin wins!
As Nari and Thule take the poison condition. Actually, Nari, are you resistant to poison or immune to poison?
Can Nari literally not get
She
drunk?
can't get drunk.
I don't know. I don't have it on my roll 20. Wait. I need to look at things. I'm sorry.
If you're resistant, that save is going to be an advantage. If you're immune, it's going to be a deception check.
Resistant to necrotic, but I don't see anything about poison.
Who would think a vampire would be good at deception?
I don't see anything about poison on the vampires and notes you gave me.
Just double checking. All right, so the first round goes down pretty smoothly for Kevin. A lot better than you were anticipating. And looking over, Nari and Thule are struggling a little bit, and they're starting to bob and weave ever so slightly in their chairs as the two of them become poisoned by the alcohol.
Does that count as running water for the vampire?
No, it does not. Okay.
If you submerge her in a barrel of ale, it will.
Don't put me in a barrel.
Luther gets put in a barrel.
As a second round of drinks is sloshed out onto the table in front of the three of you. 1, 2, 3, drink, go!
No!
I did better that time.
God, they're going to
I
be
did
completely
worse.
hammered when we come back.
It's gonna be really cold those cakes. Totally. What is happening?
It's a good thing we're not in
Not
combat.
around to boost everyone's saves.
Second round had way more foam than it should have.
I wasn't gonna help him.
Chugging it as fast as you did was probably not a great idea. Now Kevin's starting to bob and weave as
They're gonna be passed out when we get back.
Thule, your just eyelids are starting to feel heavier and heavier as a third round is sloshed in front of you guys on the table.
Oh god. Fuck.
Straight go!
I don't want to do this.
11 again.
No!
13.
Always Constitution saving throws are not my forte.
You did really good on the first round. Like you buffed it.
The first
You
round.
blew it out of the water on the first round.
Surprised I made it through the first round.
Kevin, you're starting to feel a little bit suspicious of how Nari's holding her own at this point, considering how poorly she downed that first mug. But you're starting to feel a little bit as what might be the final round gets sloshed out in front of everybody.
I really want to cheat.
12.
Kevin, would you
Nine.
like to try
9?
Like to try to cheat, Kevin? As drunk as you are?
I kind of do. I mean,
Good,
it's
Kevin.
too late,
I mean,
but
everyone's
you
pretty
know.
drunk at this
15.
point. Tully's holding her own.
We're doing good. We're doing good.
God, my life is just a waste.
Kevin, it started out pretty swell, but then you're realizing that burn you were feeling at the base of your throat is starting to swell a little bit.
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
You were sprinting your heart out. If you'd like, you can keep going, but it might cost you your dignity. As another round of drinks is set out in front of the three of you.
Kevin is going to
A
attempt.
5! Oh no.
No, actually. I'll fucking
I
do
make
it.
sure I'm in Agrimar's chair when I pass out. He's not relaxing,
Come
okay?
on! Roll above a 10. A 9. Yes! I win!
This is so fitting for a 4th round of drinks.
Kevin and Nari, you make it about halfway down this mug, and you just start feeling those frothy burps coming up, and then one that's not just froth that you have to swallow back down. As another round of drinks is set out in front of everybody.
Look, guys. Can we just agree? We've made it to round 5, I think. Can we just
That's
agree?
a lot of rounds. That's like a whole hand. I only have 4 fingers on my hand, so that's more than a whole hand.
Can we just agree that we won't draw on people's faces? The first one to do, because honestly,
That's up to the shrub.
That's up to the
Shrubberoo.
We put him in charge. To negotiate with a plant for a dignity now.
As a second drink is placed in front of everybody in this moment's hesitation.
I mean, I haven't drank in 5 years. I don't see a problem with stopping now. It's up to you guys.
Okay.
10! 10's good, right?
How many 9s have I rolled? Why can't I roll above a 10?
At least you're consistently getting drunk. It's a very good. Is a 10 okay?
Well, Nari, they make it through that first mug, and then you start to hear the dry heaves coming from the other side of the table. As the both of them, like their heads are resting against the table as they're both have that second mug in their hand, but neither one of them are able to even start drinking it. As you start sipping at it and just slowly making your way through this last mug. And you start to hear snores from the other side of the table.
God, who is it?
Shrubby, I won!
Who's snoring? Are both Kevin and Tully snoring?
Kevin and Tully are both out.
Who went out first? No, that is.
It's on both of them, Shrubby! Draw something really cool, like a mustache.
As an ink, quill, and parchment is extended out towards Nari, and then the parchment is retracted.
Oh, I can't draw them. I can't even stand up right now.
Well, I can if you want me to.
Up to you, Shrubbery.
The ink all over their faces, right?
Well, like just like a mustache and like some eyelashes or something cool.
Oh my god, he's gonna poke him in the eye.
Wait, I got this.
God.
I got this. She's gonna go over and draw a mustache on Kevin. And she'll go to Tully and draw. Yeah, exactly. She's Jigglypuff right now. Fuck yes, exactly. And then she'll go to Tully and draw some really big eyelashes on her. And then she'll sit down in Agrimar's chair and curl up and probably pass out too. His chair is massive, okay? It's like a big old cat bed. Let's just be real here. Cats are always sitting
And
there.
it's warm metal, too.
It's her spot now.
Where's my cat?
Hey, Shrubby, can you get everyone a blanket? That would be really cool. I apologize if you guys are really
Zephyr's in the background drilling something.
Sorry. I told you guys I built a house on The Sims so I could imagine what my house is gonna look like. It'll be pretty one day.
So one by one, Thule, Kevin, and then Nari are just tucked into these warm, comfortable blankets as a hearth fire is sparked up inside of the tavern. And this warm, fuzzy air starts to fill this space, and your eyelids are just getting heavier and heavier. And it is relaxing to be out from that constant sloshing and disgusting smell of the sewers.
I found that one. It's too perfect.
Nari,
Sorry.
while your compatriots are sleeping, as you were finishing the last of these mugs, is there anything you would like to do while you're effectively alone inside of the tavern?
Steal their soul, drink their blood.
They'll never know.
They wouldn't. She's just gonna take a minute to like kind of take in the surroundings around her, and for the first time in 5 years, realize that she's safe, and she's gonna just be happy for a minute, realizing that she's allowed to have fun again and do stupid shit like draw on her friends' faces when they're drunk. Like, first time in 5 years she's been able to have fun. So she's just gonna sit there in Agramar's oversized chair and with the big old comfy blanket and sip the last of her beer and feel absolutely terrible about her life choices, but love every second of it.
All right, I'll be right back.
So I think that when we come in, we should kick in the door and be like, "Hey, we got cakes."
We'll all be back.
I mean, absolutely. They'll be so excited to see us.
You hold the cakes, you make your cape pillow, and I'll put a bright light behind you.
All right. Hello, we have cakes. Oh God.
No. You gotta go. I am here.
Agramar. Point.
Oh boy. Couldn't wait for the cakes, I suppose.
Hey, Nari, we have cake. Oh, she's asleep too.
Does she sleep?
I mean, she doesn't have to. She's like just kind of
Yeah. She's curled up in a ball, wrapped up in a blanket, seated in your chair.
very
and her eyes look-
comfortable.
Well, do we have a fridge?
We have some ice to put these cakes on.
I cast gentle repose so they don't become undead. I don't know. We don't want undead cakes.
Maybe we can just put each person's face in a cake.
And you see Heaven with the mustache and Thule with really big eyebrows drawn.
Did
on their faces.
somebody draw on their faces?
No.
He's not a very good liar.
Who doesn't have ink on their face?
Nari.
She did it.
Not having fun. Your face.
I love
I
this
can
job.
fix that. There's more ink.
You had a lot of fun with it, didn't you?
Do you want eyebrows or a mustache?
No.
Do you want to have a drinking game?
Oh, that's what they did. Oh. Rafal now sees all the mugs and everything everywhere. Well, hey, Agramar, I think it's time for a rest.
You know what? I could use a drink, and then after our drink, we probably should take these girls upstairs and get them into bed.
All right, but Shreves, as fun as it was, no more drawing on people's faces. One-time thing.
You don't control me anymore.
Oh, God.
Do we have
Please?
a hanging pot?
Whatever. Rafal's gonna lock up and go take a nap.
You guys settle in for the rest of the day and relax comfortably within the walls of this safe haven. You guys have
We made it to downtime.
Guys, I'm so proud of us.
Is there anything Phelan is doing before heading back to her duties at the Gray District?
She will leave the little people here to like, but she's not gonna sleep here overnight, so she doesn't like. She can. It's up to you, DM. I know I'm not playing her right now, so I want to make sure the little people are taken care of. So she needs to leave them on the table.
Responsibilities in a time where the city Grave District most needs her.
Yeah, she's gonna go to the Gray District and start to work, but she will leave the little people on the table for them to take care of.
I need the sword too, Phelan.
The sword.
You got the kobosh.
Maybe I have to come look for that, and she'll hang on to the sword.
Don't you dare.
Okay, here's the thing. I'm a little hesitant about an item with an NPC.
No, you're fine. She will leave the flame tongue, swords, scimitars, and she will leave the little people. Let me double check. Let me double check if there's anything else she needs to leave.
Aaron, you also risk whatever items you bring with you getting confiscated by the
Yeah, is there anything you want me to hold?
She's gonna leave the Heartstone there.
Oh, yes.
She has 2 potions of healing that she'll leave. She has here. I'm gonna click all these into the chat so everyone knows.
This is what they see on the counter whenever they wake up.
Yes, this is what she left. There's 2 potions of healing. There's 4 black dragon claws. She's keeping the severed toe. You guys can screw yourself. That's hers. The eye in the jar. That's hers. There's a displacer beast skull from the hags. There's the soul cage that's filled with people. And then there's the Atlas of Endless Horizons. But she's. Oh no, that's what you guys gave her. That's the book, right? She's keeping.
Yeah, the wizard's book for her spells.
Yeah. She will leave you the scroll of invisibility, the scroll of dispel magic, and the scroll of summon fiend. And that's all she's.
Does Phelan need any of those to copy into a book?
She could. It wouldn't hurt, honestly.
Every time.
Effectively. Yeah, I guess she'll keep the scrolls. That way, in case Phelan ever comes back, she can use those things. And she's keeping the bug pin board, too.
Weird.
You guys don't need it anyways. Okay, so yeah, just ignore the scrolls and the atlas, and the other stuff is yours. And knowing where she's going, she's gonna keep her gold, but she'll leave the 20 platinum. Because she's taking care of at her own house. There we go. And then she'll go home. After putting all that on the table next to the drunkards, Kevin will probably wake up early and snatch it all.
You know it.
But yeah, that's what she leaves on the table before she goes to the Gray District, which she knows is going to be overwhelmed with dead people because there's a lot of dead people in the city. So she's actually really excited to go home and tend to everything she needs to do. They need her. It's time. She'll I don't know. In my head, there's a chalkboard on the wall, and she'll be like, "I wish you all well." And then she'll put like a heart with like a skull.
So it's a soul stone. That's the best way to leave messages for this party.
Yeah, through the soul.
Is the Heartstone and the Soul Cage the same thing?
No, the soul cage is the one with the people. The heartstone is the hagstone.
It still has Severus Devere in it.
Yeah, it does still have.
It has one more charge in it, I believe.
2 hags in it. There's 2 hags and Severus are all in the soul stone.
That's right.
And then the little cage is the little village of people. And then Phelan will be off to live with Daldric once again.
So over the
Unless
course,
you guys disown Nari.
over the course of the next week or so, what's everyone's most immediate plans for what they'd like to get started on with their 10 months of downtime? What's the first thing you want to get started with?
Rafal's first thing he's going to do is make sure that arboretum gets built and the plants get moved, because I think that was the biggest promise.
That's going to take the longest, I think.
Yeah.
Let's start first, yeah.
Yeah, that's what Tuli's doing as well. She wants to actually help the plants, like relocate and stuff.
Oh, Nari's in that 110%. She was always part of the plants. So yeah, Nari and Tuli will bond over that for sure. Because Nari started the diplomacies with the... Yeah, Tuli, me and you, we could be friends. Don't worry. I won't eat you. You're too cool.
Sweet.
Day 1, Agrimar is going to go to the plot, cast his spell, and then cast his second spell he's going to cast in the place once it's materialized.
It looked like his Agrimar cast this spell for the first time.
So I feel like he would put his hands on the ground, and then springing from his fingers, a giant rune in the outline of the building shows up and then glows bright gold, and then it shoots up into the sky as a giant beam of golden light. And then as the golden light kind of flickers away into dust, a building is being materialized underneath it.
This massive temple starts to appear inside of this large park space that was the Lady Annabelle's empty lot on the cliffside.
That takes Agrimar an hour to do.
And you said you wanted to cast a second spell?
Yeah, the second spell I'm going to cast after the hour is going to be Word of Recall in the center of the temple.
That's going to take another monetary component, right?
No, Word of Recall is free. Verbal only. I designate a sanctuary within a location, and then I can recall us back to that.
Cool.
So we have 2 sanctuaries. We have my room in the inn and the temple.
Right.
Has the bucket trap been activated?
Was the bucket trap in my room that I slept in that night?
Honestly, I don't remember where the bucket is.
Agrimar, were you looking for a bucket trap in your room upon your return?
No.
So you tell me, does Agrimar trigger a bucket trap? A bucket trap that he is probably aware of once he starts walking back towards his slightly ajar door. Thanks to his incredibly high passive perception.
I'm going to get up to the door and I'll take a peek in around everything. I see the bucket and I'll give Kevin this one, and I'll walk in and willingly activate the trap.
Kevin, you are roused by an audible metallic clanging sound banging around somewhere downstairs.
Oh my god. Oh, okay. That was only the bucket trap.
Son of a bitch. Who would put a bucket on top of a door?
No one's ever going to know.
How did she even reach the top of the door?
Low blow, literally.
Do I see like a chair or something like pushed up where she could have put?
Come on.
It's got a climb speed.
I know, I'm messing. I just smirk. I'm like,
So
oh,
the
that was
bucket
cute.
fell on Agramar's head.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love it.
I'm just like, oh, that's cute. That's nice.
As we're all passed out in the lobby.
I put my bucket back on the side of the bed.
Is there anything you would like to get started on this first week of downtime?
For Kevin, she's going to walk around MistHaven from dawn until maybe early evening, seeing some suspicious activity.
Just looking for anyone that might be following you or ne'er-do-wells?
Yes, but she will
Looking
not
for
stop
anything.
any crime except for those that are violent.
Right. Gonna do some vigilante justice.
Yeah. I mean, if she sees someone like picking a pocket, she's not going to be a snitch.
Right.
But if
That
she's
man
seeing,
doesn't stop every pickpocket. He stops the people at gunpoint.
yeah, well, depending how rich they are, you know.
You might take a small, savior's fee.
Yeah.
He's reasonable.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, if it's a noble, and the person who's robbing the noble is poor, out of my hands, you know.
So what you're saying is you're working on being Blackjack?
No.
That's
She's
what
just
I heard.
looking-
Ryan, is that what you heard? I thought she was training. Maybe cut to a montage of training.
But she's going to be keeping out an eye for any favorite activity, just to see if God, what is it? That sect is gone. Colony. Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and roll me, let's say, a survival check to see if you can find any sort of signs of where they might have camped out previously.
Okay, quick argument.
You knew kind of roughly where in the city they were at. Yeah.
If I do a flip while doing this, can it be acrobatics? That's not even my highest
I mean,
skill.
you should argue for investigation over anything.
Yeah, that is true. Investigation.
Would you rather investigation or acrobatics?
Investigation.
All right. So as you do some pretty badass flips on your way up some of these fire escapes, scaling rooftop after rooftop, because you can't make some of the wider jumps like across the main streets. So you have to climb back down and go all the way back up. And you're just kind of starting to make a game of it for yourself as you're going along. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
Can I roll it with no, never mind.
Unfortunately not.
Oh.
But as you were looking around, it takes you the better part of the day, but before sun sets, you are able to find in the vicinity of Old MistHaven one of the rooftops about 3 city blocks away from where you guys were ambushed. You see the remains of like several smaller campfires up on the rooftops, signs of like just bedding and camping gear that was just left behind. People not living in the buildings, but with light pack gear ready to move. And then for whatever reason, not all of them needed to regather their things.
So they're dead. Any any
Only a
pamphlets?
perception check. And what was your question? Any what?
any pamphlets, but
Have you heard the good word? As you're proceeding to just kick around this campsite for anything that might be left of value, you do find one small coin purse.
hell yeah.
40 gold pieces in it.
Only 3? Bunch of scrubs.
And as you are counting those coins out, you do catch the movements of a couple of figures that are lingering a little bit longer than just a passerby down below. As they, each time you peek over, they're there for about 10, 15 minutes. Two guys, not so much following you, but aware that you're up on that rooftop. As Rafal, Nari, and Tuli are making their way towards your first contact to start the assembly and gathering and planning of, I always say this name wrong, the
Arboretum.
Arboretum Conservatory. You guys are pointed towards a facility known as Ridge Bottom's Exchange Place. It's a branch facility, but their name has been known and passed around the city of rather reputable tradespeople. People who always seem to have whatever it is you need, despite how far they might have to travel to obtain such objects.
Okay.
So as you guys entered this facility, what does it look like?
Well, as they enter the shop, what they see is just
What?
a lot of shelving that has like little display cases and books and all kinds of little knickknacks. And there's a big like curtain in the back, kind of behind the counter. And as the front door opens, they start to look around. They see someone walk out from behind the curtain. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to Ridge Bottom Exchange Place. What can I do for you?
Well, good day. My name is Rafal Edia. This is Tuli. Do you have a last name?
Corpella.
Corfella?
Corpella.
Corpella. This is Tuli Corpella and Nari. Nari, do you have a last name?
No, he does. I have to look at my notes though.
Well, if you don't know it, I feel a lot less bad about not knowing it.
2 seconds.
I love it how if like Kevin was with us too, it'd be like, and Kevin. Shit.
Matsuru.
Well, it is most wonderful to meet you. I am Callum Froome, Nebnot Fizzy Britches, Herringbone Ridge Bottom, and I am the proprietor of this branch of Ridge Bottom Exchange Place. What can I help you with? What are you looking for?
Yes, we're looking for quite a bit of materials. We're going to be constructing a large enough facility to house all of the plants that currently inhabit the overgrowth zone. Can we get an estimate?
Oh, well, that yes, that is quite a lot. The entire zone. That's dozens of blocks, and you want to encase it all.
Correct.
That would seem to call for. Well, I mean, I don't want to be. A lot of material Like
That's
much.
the idea. Yeah. Now, imagine, if you would, that this project is being funded by the nobles and the queen herself, and give it a shot.
It's not a matter of the funding. It's just I'm trying to envision the structure.
Oh,
I mean,
well, I'm not much of an engineer myself, or an architect, or any of those kinds of
Me to
things. So I
draw
was
you
hoping
a picture.
you could help in that regard. I mostly just had the idea because I made a promise to a dryad that we would move all the plants to a safe location outside of the city. And so the idea was to build this building to house all the different plants. You following me? Does it make sense?
I think I get the general purpose of what you're after, but again, you're wanting to enclose the entirety of the overgrown zone?
No. We want to build another building outside of the city and move all the plants from the overgrown zone to that building.
Ah. So something much more on the scale of perhaps a castle or a large park then.
Yes. Now you're getting it. Like a conservatory or an arboretum or like a garden.
Ah, yes. Now I think I can help you with this. So, would you like to make it out of stone, perhaps? Wood seems like it could be in bad taste if you've made a bargain with the plants.
It's a good point. Yes, I was thinking, what's the general like material that gets used for buildings in MistHaven? Is it block?
Cement.
Is it marble? What material gets used around here? It needs to match the city, you know.
Lots of wood.
So yeah,
Wood, that's
stone.
great. The plants get to live in the
No,
carcasses of
again,
the
wood might be in bad
No
taste.
wood.
Probably don't want to use wood.
Glass.
But stone and glass and those kinds of things, yes.
Yes,
Or
well,
glass ceilings, so they could have
Marble.
I can certainly arrange. Honestly, I can absolutely make this deal work. I have access to a large network of shops and well, quarries and the like. I can arrange for delivery. It's not something that I would have on hand. Certainly not in the volume you're asking for.
I figured it would be a long-term project.
Excellent.
We determined exactly where it is that we wanted this operate.
I was just looking at the map. I was thinking for a building of this size, if we put it somewhere near, say, like Trails End,
That's what I was thinking.
it
Like
would bring quite a bit of
outside
economy to that area of town.
I was either thinking on the very outskirts of Trails End or on the very edge of the east shore, like this.
Well, because this is like farmland out here, right?
Is that farmland? Oh, okay. Yeah, then on the outside of Trails End, I think that'd be good.
I think that would be a great spot for it.
Those were my two ideas. Yep. Okay, I just wanted to make sure we had the same idea. And then it wouldn't be such a long trek for them to walk to just cross the North Bridge and go home.
Plus, the poor people would have a nice place nearby, maybe gentrify the neighborhood a little bit. This could be good.
It'll be good period. I mean, they're gonna be so happy.
Bring up, like you could hire a lot of workers from Trails End to work and build it and stuff like that. I like this idea.
Yes, might I recommend? Sorry, go ahead, Ryan.
Nope, you're good.
Yes, might I recommend
also
that
hire some
if we're going for gardens and terraces and an enclosure, perhaps earthenworks encased in a nice stone. Sections could be made out of marble. You could have various interior regions of your park that would be broken up and sort of contained in their own fashion and their own style.
Yes, I imagine we're going to need quite a bit of soil and a way to water and irrigate it all and other things like that. Who would probably like to help with this? and is a bit of an engineer herself, is the headmistress, Lady Larange. I bet she would help with us. If oh my gosh, if we could have her design the building, that would be perfect.
Well, with what you're asking for, I can see it going one of two ways. You could either have a very large workforce of, well, serfs and peasants to do the grunt labor, and then artisans to construct the exterior. Or the work could be overseen by someone with a particular set of skills. Someone skilled in transmutation, perhaps, to help with some of the more difficult and creative aspects.
Go on. Again, I know nothing about building making. I am a little out of my element here. I mostly just really thought it was a cool idea and wanted to, do my part to kind of clean up, or maintain the promise that we made to help the plants. And, this will be good to open up, the North Bridge and bring trade back to the city and other things like that. People can move back to their homes in the overgrown zone. I think it'll be really good overall. So I am sure whatever help we need, we will be able to get.
Well, are you familiar with the magics of transmutation?
Not really, no.
Well, let
I
us
am
just say that
much more of a martial leaning myself.
those skilled in the arts of transmutation are capable of doing amazing feats with stone, with earth, with wood even. They're able to reroute the course of flowing water. They're able to excavate and mold stone as though it were putty. I think that from what you're describing, this effort will take some time. And with the right support, you could employ, as you were saying, the poor denizens of the city in an effort to prepare the land and to do much of the basement, the laying of the foundation, if you will. But for the final artistic touches, you would need someone with a certain amount of skill and, quite honestly, magical ability. And it is quite lucky for you, in fact, that I myself am skilled in the magics of transmutation.
You don't say. That was your pitch. No, I'm just kidding. Well, I welcome it. You come highly recommended.
Well, if you could perhaps get a count for me of the different types of plants and the approximate number that you wish to relocate.
Rafal's eyes go big as he looks over at Thule.
And then I can
I'll
work
get
on
that.
an estimate of the size of the area that you need to enclose. Give me perhaps a week's time from once you can bring me this information, and I'll have an estimate for you of the approximate labor that it will take, the types of materials you'll need, the rough cost of those materials, as well as the cost of supervision, the divvying up of the labor pool, the hiring of the labor pool, management of the labor pool. Would that work for you?
Yes. Do you have hey, anyone have any idea how we're going to count all those plants?
Single file line.
You're kidding.
I mean, there are several
I mean, I
sentient
don't
plants there. I'm sure they could give us a rough.
probably know each other. We could have a
Is it
census.
only the
go
live
through
ones that we have to save?
I vote we do a census. Have everyone sign a form and turn it in.
I think you could just talk. If we could talk to the Dryad, he has a connection to all the land. He can tell you.
Oh, but he's still in the sewer
There's
though.
many dryads, not just the dryad. There's like lots of them.
Well, he's the head Dryad, I
Communicating.
think.
I could always ask Cedar Stub. He might know, or maybe he can communicate with the Dryad.
Is that the tree?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's the treant. His name is Cedar Stub.
We have connections among the plants.
We'll get back
That's
with
excellent. As long as you're here, would you like to look around? Is there anything else that you might be interested in? I'm a
What's
purveyor
anything?
in all things magical.
I love all things magical.
I'm open to barter, exchange, sale, or purchase.
Well, show me what you have, and we'll discuss the other options.
Simply let me know your wish, and I shall retrieve it.
I just like water.
Water, excellent. And he doesn't even like go to a shelf. He just reaches into his robes. He's actually got a sack on his side, and he reaches into his sack and pulls out an urn.
Urn. That's interesting choice.
What you
said
see
person
here,
called water?
what you see here is called a decanter of endless water.
No,
She dislikes water.
She opposite. She doesn't like water.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought she said she liked water.
No,
No,
quite the
no.
opposite. Not a fan.
Yes, opposite. Don't want anything to do with water. Like,
Oh, excuse me
opposite.
then.
I don't want
He
to
puts
touch
that back. And instead he pulls out a gem and says, well, if you're looking for something that is perhaps the opposite of water, this is a bit of fire in nature. He pulls out a gem of brightness. What you see here is this gem can act both as a source of light, and should unwanted attention be brought to you, perhaps you have people surrounding you that you wish to not be bothered by, you can
I don't really
expend...
like bright lights either. I picky
No,
that.
not light either. Ah, okay.
Anything you do like.
I
Garlic.
mean,
Oh, wait, no.
Perhaps,
I am very intrigued by the things you have. Just these two are not quite.
perhaps
my
this
style.
then, in fact. And he pulls a ring off his finger. This is one of my favorites. I keep it on myself at all times. This is a ring of water walking. Should you dislike water,
Now we're talking.
this item will allow you to walk across any liquid surface as though it were solid ground.
See, now we're talking. I have a friend who has one of those, but I would not take it from them because I think they're very attached to it. But it is something I am very interested in getting myself.
Well, sell us a lamp.
Should you wish to have one, you have but to ask. I shall retrieve one from the back.
How expensive are they? Because my funds are very limited right now. I realized that when I came back to who I am, I do not have many funds on me. She's going to eyeball. Oh, Agramar isn't here to glare at. Never mind.
Don't worry.
Give me a price and I'll work it out.
Mechanically, all pricing is going to come from Ryan because I don't entirely know how the economy is working.
It's robbing us. That's what it's doing.
Well, Agramar already did that to me, so Nari has zero money.
Should you wish to have a ring of water walking of your very own, it shall cost you no more than 300 gold pieces.
Okay, that is something I can negotiate for sure. But maybe at like later date, because like I did not bring my money pack with me because I thought Rafal would be doing it.
Oh, well, hey, I got 300 gold. I could buy that for you.
Oh, well then okay. Maybe we could do it for 250 though, because we're about to like become business partners. I mean, maybe even 200 because we're about to spend a whole bunch of money building this arboretum, and we will exclusively use you as our person for materials. So maybe, you know, a big deal type scenario. You'll be willing to work with us?
Well, that is always a possibility, but I do like to keep my business as contractor and supplier separate from my business as a merchant. The trade and sale of magical items is truly my fundamental business, but I have contacts and some personal talents that can be of use for you in your contracting request.
What's the
Okay, so
exchange rate on silver to gold? Divided by 100?
10 to 1.
Yes, it's 100 silver pieces to the gold piece.
That's what I thought. Right, Ryan?
If you wish to pay in silver, that is perfectly fine.
Pieces to a gold piece.
What is it?
10 silver.
100
10
copper.
silver to it.
10 silver.
10 silver, 100 copper.
All right,
What?
I have like
He was going to pay me 100 silver pieces. Come on.
I have like 456 gold worth of silver. So
If you look on D&D Beyond, they give you the exchange
load
rates.
up 3,000 silver onto your counter. Congratulations.
Oh, excellent. And he
Pulls
pulls
it
out.
out of this portable hole.
I have a ring of water walk. Super
Yes,
helpful.
the potable pole. Ah, one of my favorites. I have some of those in the back as well.
Yeah, I got
What?
one right here. I don't need
Well,
more.
obviously.
I do have. Did anyone need any of these scrolls or anything?
What were
I
the
do beg
scrolls?
you, be very careful when you access the portable hole, however. I do have bags of holding on the shelves. I would hate
No
to
one
see one
dropped
fall
any of
in.
those in. All right. All right, Agrimar, seriously though, did you need any of these scrolls? Did you need that scroll of Soul Cage?
No, I'm good.
All right. Well, I also have all of this stuff to sell.
Ah, most interesting. Let me see. Ah, spell of light. Yes. Very handy, very handy. Comprehend languages, one of my favorites. Nistul's magic aura.
Oh, you would also peek that Rafal has the skull of a black dragon sitting in his portable hole.
And is that a black dragon skull that I see?
Yeah, and I got about 6 pounds of dragon scales down there.
Oh, that is most interesting.
Yeah, not sure what to do with it yet. And he like slaps the head.
Well, there are many uses for dragon bones and dragon scales, but those are for you to determine. So, and he, from just kind of thin air, he pulls a quill and some paper, and he starts jotting down. So you have 1 ring of water walking, and you're wishing to sell a spell scroll of light, a spell scroll of comprehend language, a spell scroll of magic aura, a scroll of soul cage, an elixir of health, a ring of the ram. Most interesting. Is there anything else you wish to have?
I think that's it for things I need to sell. Did anyone else need to sell anything?
No, I mean I myself am holding 16 dragon scales, but I don't know if we're gonna use them.
I clicked the wrong button. Everything I have
definitely
is
could use
in
those for
possession, but everything Nari has on person, she doesn't want to sell because it's kind of necessary.
Yeah, I only keep like the stuff that Tuli needs on her person. Everything else she just kind of gets rid of.
I mean, as a you mentioned something about transmutation, moving the properties of things. Do you enchant things?
I have been known to make the occasional magical item, and as you surely are aware, Ridge Bottom Exchange Place is a wide network of shops well renowned in all the major cities across the continent. If I do not have it upon my shelves in this very room, within minutes I can have it for you.
Are you friends with Leo Pierre?
He's a centaur.
He's
I can't
really
say that
cool.
I know Villepierre.
Oh, I really don't want to like betray him by sending all of our work to you because he's been really cool in the past, you know. Maybe you should get in business with him. He'd be super useful. He has a really good network of people.
Here, take a card. Rafal will give you his card.
You just have to rip it in half and he will appear.
But that is most interesting. He takes the card and he sets it aside on the counter. If there is nothing else that you wish to purchase at this time,
Wait,
then
how
I can
much do I
offer
get
you.
for all of that, Ryan?
Then I can offer you 26,300 gold pieces for the items that you have wished to sell.
You want to run that number by me again?
26,300 gold pieces. I, of
Uh-huh.
course, would be much more interested in barter, should you wish. But should you wish to take the funds?
I mean, I am looking for a way to enchant my armor to be magical. It's quite mundane right now, and I'd like it to be protected.
I can make you armor for that much.
Yeah, but couldn't he just like enchant my armor with like a +1 enchantment?
Yeah, you could.
Yes, I am perfectly capable of enchanting your armor.
Yeah, and aren't you going to be building other things like for 10 months?
No.
But see, I have a ring of water walk, so you don't have to worry about that armor.
Yeah, I know. Don't let me do any of my cool shit. It's fine.
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh,
I'm
wait,
just saying
okay. You needed like that much just to do
your armor.
Well, okay. Besides Thule needs a rapier, right?
Yeah,
Thule does not have a magical item,
I
right?
have the funds to make Thule a rapier.
What else do you need money for?
she could have the flame centaurs now because Phelan's
She's
gone,
not proficient with it, I don't think.
But she doesn't have time to learn a new skill in this downtime
Scimitar.
if she wants to learn it. Scimitar, sorry.
So, Nari is looking particularly...
It's a Kopesh, for the record.
Nari is looking particularly under-geared at the moment, right?
No, Nari looks armed to the teeth.
I have an awesome ship compared to just coming from hell with no money on me. So, but what do you have there, sir? Since Rafal is paying.
Hey, whoa. Wait, hold on. So,
I'm
like,
just curious.
how much money does Agrimar need, dude? Like, seriously.
Hold on, I've got to pull up one of 3 different sheets that Ryan made up for me.
12 different lists that you gave me.
Well, people kept changing what they wanted.
We always want things, okay?
So, in total, to make all the items, I need 60,000 gold. For Nari, I had planned on making her a set of Black Dragon studded leather, which would give her the ability to swim and breathe underwater if she needed to, as well as acid resistance, and that's a +1 studded leather. That's 10,000.
She can't be though. Breathing in water doesn't help her. She can't.
Yeah, but it gives you resistance to acid damage when you're in water.
If you ever fall into the water, that resistance to acid would also work for you in water.
Oh, okay.
For Kevin, I was going to make a Red Dragon studded leather armor, which gives her resistance to fire and a +1 studded leather. For Kevin and for Thule, I was going to make a Dragon Bone Claw rapier, which is I believe it's a +1 rapier that does additional acid damage. Rafal, I was going to make you an armor and shield, and I have another project that I have to make for Nari, and then the earrings.
But the other project, speaking with the DM, I think we'll be okay not messing with it. It should be okay just as is.
I'm messing with it.
I'm just saying, if you don't want to spend your time working on it, the way it is now is perfectly okay.
So how much is it just for Thule's rapier, Kevin's armor, and the earrings?
Kevin's armor is 20, and 1 rapier and the earrings. That's going to be 23,000.
I'll take the money.
All right, then. And he takes the items that you've put on the counter and takes them through the curtain in the back
Do you got a bank account? Is there some way we can just do this?
Can I get a digital transfer?
Nah,
Nope.
man, he's got to count
Can you
up.
send this to my offshore account? Wouldn't want to get taxed.
The Bank of
you know?
Agamar?
I think
Take
we
the stuff
should
back through the back
round that up to
to
20.
the carton in the back. He's gone for about 3 minutes.
You guys
I
never
know
see your
he's
stuff.
gone, but
And-
I'm just saying we should be able to round that up to 27, making him an exclusive partner on this project because his name will be everywhere. I'm just saying, Rafal, you're missing an opportunity here.
I mean, that was a lot of money to begin with, wasn't it? What's 700
know,
more
but
gold when
you
you're
went
talking about
higher
26,000? Like, who cares?
I'm just saying that little bit of extra could be super helpful because we did slay an entire dragon and it could become. I'm just saying you're losing an opportunity here to, work with what you have in front of you. You can't just be like, okay, yeah, no, face value. There's always wiggle room. Always.
When he comes back,
Um,
he has a small pouch. And he says, "Now I know that carrying around that much gold would be quite cumbersome. So I've taken the liberty of denominating your funds in gems and gold pieces."
What a gem you are.
And when you open up the bag, there are diamonds, rubies, sapphires, and about 1,000 gold pieces. So it's still a pretty heavy bag, but
Right then. We'll just put that. Wait, is this an extra dimensional space?
the bag, the small pouch,
Yeah. Okay, put
it is
that
a regular
in the
leather
hole.
sack.
Take that back to Akramar. Fold up the hole. All right. Well,
Yep.
Callum
Before you leave.
from Neb Not Frizzy Britches Herringbone Ridgebottom. Pleasure
What
doing
should we
business
call
with
you
you.
for short?
Comfort not Frizzy Ridgebottom.
Most of my friends call me
Yes,
Fizzy
but
Britches.
Fizzy, that's what I was gonna go with, so that's really cool. Okay, cool. Fizzy
But-
britches. Cool.
Before you leave, I do have a question for you.
Okay.
For someone who has a black dragon skull, a portable hole, and the kind of magical items that you have just transacted with me, you clearly are adventurers of a kind.
You haven't heard of us.
I am relatively new to town.
Oh, well, we are the Order of the Phoenix. I'm surprised you didn't recognize my name. Kind of
How
just
much
saved the
would you
city.
pay for an aboleth skull?
Yeah.
Well, as I said, I am quite new to town. We've just opened up the branch office here. And seeing that the city is...
After the invasion, or were you here for...
When you guys approached the shop, you didn't you don't remember seeing that building before. Like, you're not sure how it fit in between the two buildings where it
Was
is.
this like a grand opening?
Kind of.
Oh.
Again, the name is very well known, but this is the first time you've seen one in town.
Well, I don't want me to... we're kind of a big deal around here.
Well, I certainly assumed so, given, again, the things that you have been able to acquire and exchange. I am always on the lookout for more magical items. It is something of a passion of mine, as well as a business. And should you be adventuring again and need some assistance, if the business is perhaps likely to lead to the discovery of or acquisition of more such items, perhaps you could let me know.
You're asking us to take you with us next time we go somewhere.
More of a notification. I would not want to interfere. I would not want to presume to become part of what is clearly a well-established adventuring group. But should you have need for someone with particular talents, then I may have perhaps be of service. Mutually beneficial service all around.
And keep it in mind, hopefully, I'll be honest with you. I could use a break. But
well, clearly
next
you
time.
were about to undertake a task that could take several months.
I'm hoping it's not the adventuring kind of task. I'm honestly hoping it's going to be very mundane and very boring, but exciting.
Well, again, I would not expect much adventure with ditch digging and stonemasonry.
I'm looking forward to some manual labor. Oh wait, I don't get to do that part. Damn.
Wait, I do have
You can
that
help
last
me in the
question.
forge, Rafal.
How much would you pay for an aboleth skull? Because we definitely brought this with us and it's only, time ticking before, whatever happens to it. Because if you pay that much for a dragon skull, an aboleth skull has to be more rare, right?
Well, when it comes to the bones and the remains of various challenging magical creatures, it really depends upon the person and the task they wish to accomplish with it. It is hard to set a standard price for an aboleth skull, as many of the uses of such a skull would be for dark and forbidden magics, of which I have no dealings.
For like 40,000.
That's it. I will take this.
I appreciate it.
I will note that you are looking for a buyer of an aboleth skull, and we'll try to get you a price. I cannot set one right now, as that would not be the kind of item that the business would typically carry.
Okay, you let us know then. Here is my card. She's going to slip you a piece of paper that she wrote the phoenix feather in on and slide it over to you. Because we don't have cards. But she'll write it down with the ink that she drew on Tuli's and Kevin's face. The same ink. She'll write phoenix feather in and she'll slide it over to you, Mr. Fizzy Bridges.
Did you guys let Tuli walk into this place with her eyebrows all done?
I definitely didn't tell her.
I'm pretty sure she would have noticed at some. She's a little bit vain sometimes.
How many mirrors are in this world, DM? No.
She's constantly trying to steal that big mirror that I got.
It's a bathroom in the inn. You would have known.
I do have a question though before we leave this place. Regarding some items, did we divvy out the items from Shark Boy and Lava Girl?
No.
We did not. Nope.
Because I know that some of them, like, we're not actually able to.
Oh yeah, this is the time to sell them, Tuli. Let's get some cash money.
Because I can't.
Funds apparently.
Because I'm looking at some of the items, and I know that not all of us have attunement slots for them, or
I have
accesses for them.
What are they again? List them out.
Tell us, what do you have?
Is there a way for me to put them in the chat?
You'll be able to click on them, and if they're in your inventory.
Surprised Ryan doesn't have a handout for that loot.
That's what I did.
Handouts.
There are. It's all the way at the bottom. Well, not at the bottom, but if you scroll down to where all the Golden Lotus members are, you'll see the mysterious duo, Rashino and Kazas, and that'll have.
Where am I looking? Am I looking under? No, not loot. Okay. Golden Lotus. Here it is.
Like a Ring of the Kraken, a Mantle of Spell Resistance, a Virulent Blade, a Ring of Evasion, Elven Chain, Ointment, a Bag of Holding, a Brush of Living Essence, Cloak of the Manta Ray, and a Gambler's Blade.
Yeah. Does anyone need any of that? Oh, that's so sick.
Wait, where did you get that stuff from?
It's all in the journal under Golden Lotus. Okay, these items are cursed, so we don't want to equip them.
Not all of them are cursed.
I'm just saying, the cursed ones we don't want to equip.
Maybe
Oh my god.
Like it.
Oh my god. It just occurred to me
here.
too, something. Who has the body of Rafal?
What do you mean,
Phelan.
like the body of
Does
the fall?
Phelan still have it?
It's in the bag.
Oh, the Raffaffelganger.
Yeah, the Raffaffelganger.
Oh, yeah, Phelan definitely, but she's back at the manor now.
Okay, then we'll tell this guy about needing to pay Phelan a visit because that arm cursed as fuck. You're probably gonna need some help with it. Also, I would like that body to not look like Rafal anymore.
Okay, I still cannot find the Golden Lotus flute. I'm sorry, guys.
It's underneath Mysterious Creature, and then you go down a little bit. Golden Lotus.
Nari, Kevin, Rafal, Thule, Mysterious Creature, Magic Items, Golden Lotus.
I see the Golden Lotus, but all I have is a Golden Lotus flower.
And then under that, you should see Corona.
She might not be on the list of people that can look at it.
Oh, gotcha. Rashino,
There you go. You found it.
Okay.
That's her Shark Boy and Lava Girl.
Their names weren't actually Shark Boy and Lava Girl, Amanda.
Wait, what? So there's the Vitrulian Blade, Ring of Evasion, Elven Chain.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, Gambler's Blade. Cool. Cool. Look at all these things I'm learning.
All of these things require attunement, right? Oh wait, the Cloak of the Manta Ray doesn't.
Cloak of the Manta Ray doesn't. I feel like Kevin would do well with that, but she has the wing of water walking. So maybe you or Agrimar.
The dagger's cool. I feel like Kevin would totally rock that dagger. Tell me Kevin wouldn't rock that dagger. She's the dagger queen.
I have so many daggers.
Yeah, but this one's a +1 dagger.
Shit.
And it does not require attunement.
It's
not a virulent blade, and it looks pretty.
It is so pretty.
You can use it to slit Virader's throat.
I could, yes.
The Ring of Evasion is really pretty, but it requires.
But yeah, is the Elven Chain? No.
No. Which I give my Elven Chain to Thule, so I could use another Elven Chain.
There you go.
There you go.
I don't think anyone needs the Ring of the Kraken, right?
And that does not require attunement. Cool. So yeah, I'll totally take the Elven Chain.
As cool as the Ring of the Kraken is, I don't think I need it.
I feel like with all of these things that like let you breathe underwater and stuff, like that's gonna be something that's gonna be rough.
I feel like we're definitely gonna have an underwater thing, which super sucks for Nari. So I don't know what to do about it.
If only you had some armor that would help you with that.
I am trying to sell the Soul of the Aboleth for 40,000 for you. Okay.
Well, how much does a suit of Elven Chain get you?
I don't know, but I have a suit of Elven Chain here. So, do you want me to ask Frizzy bitches?
You know what? I'm gonna let you guys do you. You guys come to me. I'm on the other side of town. I got shit to do.
Did I just become Frizzy bitches?
Frizzy bitches. Yes.
I heard Frizzy bitches. Yeah.
There's no R in your name. You need to rename yourself. You're Frizzy bitches.
Amanda has been drinking wine and she hasn't wine, so I apologize.
I apologize for being sober.
Frizzy bitches. It's who you are now. But for real, Elven Chain is something I have. But I was trying to sell the Aboleth Skull for 40,000, which I feel like could be reasonable. How many?
I mean, I have a feeling that if we sell the Ring of the Kraken, the Mantle of Spell Resistance, Ring of Evasion, the Gambler's Blade, and the Brooch of Living Essence, that we're going to see a shit ton of gold.
But you can breathe underwater with the Ring of the Kraken.
Okay, so we'll keep that one then. We'll sell the other one.
Our person that could cast water breathing is gone.
So
we could just buy potions.
If we keep the Ring of the Kraken, we can sell. Okay, does no one really want the Mantle of Spell Resistance? Because that is a really dope item.
Wait, which one?
I was thinking of taking that.
Because the Mantle of Spell Resistance gives you advantage on throws against spells, like, in general. Like, it's worth an attunement slot. It's like resistance against magic, pretty much.
Yeah, I feel like Thule could definitely take that if she wants it.
Yeah, I want the Mantle of Spell Resistance. And
I'm saving one spell, like one attunement slot for something because I absolutely need it, and that's not something I absolutely need. So it's really badass, but I think Thule could rock it for sure.
Can I wear 2 cloaks? because they don't require attunement, right? Can I wear a cloak and a cape?
I just feel like the Ring of the Kraken speaks to me for Kevin because even though she hates being underwater, I feel like if she were underwater, she'd be this badass with it, you know?
I tried to give her the option for the black dragon armor, but she didn't want it.
Sorry.
I mean, it's totally fine. I mean, that's up to Kevin.
In this 10-month span, we can have a beach day episode and teach Kevin how to swim.
We definitely can.
Oh my god, so many filler episodes we could have.
I love the idea of filler. Just like we went to the beach and Kevin did not want to go in the water. So we gave her the Ring of the Kraken and she loved it. It was crazy. So now she no longer has the ring of walking on water. She has the Ring of the Kraken. She traded those out. Now she can breathe underwater, which is cool. And then she sold the ring of water walking and got some money.
And then there's the episode of Shreves going to the market.
Oh my god. Please. I need to buy all the things.
Okay, so we're for sure selling the Gambler's Blade. We're for sure selling the Brooch of Living Essence. And we're for sure selling the Ring of Evasion, correct?
But wait, the Brooch of Living Essence could be useful for a vampire.
Well, homie, you need to speak up.
No, I forgot that was one of the things until I realized it was in my list of, like, I have all these unopened tabs, you know, on the top of your screen.
Okay, so for sure selling the Gambler's Blade.
For sure selling the Gambler's Blade. I'm just debating on the living Essence because people can't detect that she's a vampire and they can't detect, you know, like, who she is, so I feel like they'll trust her better. Like, if she was...
definitely.
Like, I just feel like but it requires attunement, so I don't know if I want it that bad. But, you know, for now, maybe possibly it's useful because people can't tell she's a vampire.
All right, we'll hang on to that one. Give that one to Nari.
Okay.
So the Gambler's Blade?
Gambler's Blade, Ring of Evasion. Does anyone want the Ring of Evasion? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
I don't want any of the items.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Nope.
Cloak of the Manta Ray.
Oh, what does that do?
It does not require attunement.
You can breathe underwater and you have a swimming speed of 60.
Oh.
Oh, wait.
But you have to have the hood.
Sorry.
Okay, we'll save that one for Kevin.
You want to get rid of either the Ring of the Kraken or the Cloak of the Manta Ray.
I mean, the Ring of the Kraken is very rare and is going to get us a lot of money. The Manta Ray Cloak is only uncommon, so if we sell the ring, we can get a lot of money.
And the Manta Cloak does about the same thing. You just can't attack with it.
Yeah, I think it's fine. So we'll sell the Gambler's Blade, the Ring of Evasion, Ring of the Kraken. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. We are selling those 3 items. Wow, we really should follow parliamentary procedure more often.
Wait. You didn't say oi. Does anyone abstain?
But everyone voted. I didn't need to ask.
Oh, okay. Well,
I didn't.
Say oi?
You don't get a vote.
What does Shreves say?
Yeah,
Shreves doesn't have eyes. He
Well,
wouldn't even
who's
know what we're
doing the
talking about.
negotiations to see what price you can get on?
Paul is.
Nari will assist.
Or you could have Thule do it.
Oh yeah, Thule's got the 20 charisma. That's right.
Rafal's doing the talking. You make.
No, these are Thule's items. Rafal already sold his. He didn't even negotiate.
This is Thule's.
Also,
These
pulling
are
out
all
more
Thule's.
items after the first sale was made. Thule can also make a persuasion check.
And Nari wants to assist because she has +5 charisma.
Yeah, we brought the 3 charismatic.
Good thing you didn't
You
bring
said a
Agamar.
persuasion check? Yes?
Yeah.
I believe you should say a persuasion check, yes.
Woo, baby!
And that was
Oh, you have
straight.
expertise in persuasion?
Yeah, I have a plus
Yeah,
14.
Roll it again, see if you get higher.
Advantage in helping.
14. I have a +9. And I thought that was good. Roll it one more time. With advantage.
Oh, one more time?
Yeah.
Oh, with
Oh, yes.
advantage.
Second.
Okay, my roll 20.
You can do it, roll 20. Come on.
Just one more persuasion roll. My persuasion
The suspense is
roll.
killing me.
Sorry, no, it's the site's lagging, so I can't really scroll up and down.
Well, there you go.
16.
28's great.
A 2 and a what? Ah!
Well, I don't know. Is it a 28 or is it a 16?
Oh, it's definitely the 28.
No, it was supposed to be the 14 and the 2 roll.
Advantage when it was a Thule roll and a Rafal roll.
Wait, what? I was supposed to roll?
Also
Oh.
roll.
Oh.
It was Rafal and Thule doing the talking with Nari assisting.
Oh, well, I got...
I'm assisting
It
all
was,
people.
so do I have advantage as well?
So it's a 28 and a 19.
There we go. That works for me. I will take
We'll
those
take
numbers.
it. We will take it. Those are good numbers.
Well, these are some quite interesting items you have here.
Yeah, it's been a week.
And normally, I would offer you about 36,000 gold for these. However, you seem like people that it would be good to establish a long-term relationship with.
Yeah. You
So-
can say that.
Should you wish further special order items, I would be happy to take on that business for you at perfectly reasonable prices. And in exchange, I will offer you 48,000 gold pieces for these items.
Done.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. I
take
shouldn't
it.
speak for you. What do you guys say?
I mean, yeah, that seems reasonable.
Then so shall be. And should you come across any other items, such as the Aboleth skull, a small 25 gold piece finder's fee for soliciting a buyer for such an item is also a part of the services we offer here.
Nari's not paying attention. That'll be fine.
Sorry, Charles came in and he needed to pee and he had to tell me for some reason. I got distracted.
Well, at least he told you and didn't pee in the floor.
Always tells me and I'm like, okay, then go. And he's like, okay. And I'm like, you can just not tell me. This would be easier for you.
We can cut one step out of the process here, buddy.
I promise it would only help you if you just didn't have to come in here and specifically tell me. Because I'm like, what do you need? And he's like, I'm like, what do you need? Like, are you hungry? No. Are you thirsty? No. Do you need to pee? Yeah. Okay, then go pee. And he's like, okay. I'm like, why?
That's a boy for you.
Real. So I'm sorry I did miss that last part, but all I saw was 4,800 or 48,000 in the chat, and I'm like, what?
Yep.
So
Yeah,
And
like,
he's
48,000
going to
for
charge you a
all the
25
items.
gold finder's fee for the Aboleth skull.
5 gold.
To find
To
a
solicit a
buyer.
buyer.
I mean, we could have other options. Do you really want to charge us?
Wow.
Oh my god, if I was there.
Wow.
Saying, like, how many people bring you
See,
Aboleth
since you weren't paying attention, you missed the part where normally I would purchase your items for 36,000 gold
Yeah,
pieces.
yeah. No, I already
I
agreed
missed
for you. You weren't here. I already
I
said you
respect
agreed.
your false decision. Completely.
Rafal, Thule, and Nari can each roll me 3 D100 percentiles.
Oh.
I don't
So
like where
where
this is
are we?
going.
3 of them?
It's how many
So
Wait,
for
years
how do
you're
you do
cursed by
the
the
D100
Aboleth.
on D20 again? Advanced, sorry.
You do /R space 1D100.
There's also
Enter.
a little thing on the left side
38.
where you could just.
Sorry, I was
You each have to roll
completely
3, right?
Julie, 114.
Oh, I thought he said one for each of us.
Each of you rolling.
Wait, each of us are rolling 3?
Nick or from Amanda.
Wow, I rolled a 20, a 25, and a 22. That is consistency.
3 and 83.
And Nari is consistently all over the place.
All over the place. It's just me,
So is
you know?
Thule.
I'm not meant to be in one place. I'm all over. Single, double, triple, you name it, digits.
Yeah. Rafal had paladin rolls. Awesome.
Yeah, we're like within 20 each time.
So Fizzy Britches is going to take the items, go back through the curtain again. A few minutes later, comes back out, has another pouch. And again, it's largely composed of gems with some gold thrown in there.
I know somebody that's going to be very happy to see this.
I know. Yeah, multiple people. Who are you talking about?
I was talking about Agrimar. Who are you talking
I was
about?
talking about Kevin.
Oh, maybe we don't show Kevin.
Maybe we don't show Kevin. I agree. Okay, yeah. We'll just show this to Agrimar. He'll be so thrilled.
You show Kevin, then she'll have a target for her heist.
Oh yes,
True. It
definitely.
could keep her out of trouble. We won't send her to jail.
Kevin stealing from Agrimar. This I gotta see.
We need to watch.
She's done it several times.
Oh.
It's true. She did steal the dolls recently. She got very intimate with Agrimar.
Ah.
I mean, to be fair, he abandoned us in the middle of the sewers, so who blames her?
Yeah, and
Wait,
also
yeah, and
the
I only got to
dolls
tell
and
you about the
Hold up,
outlet
hold up.
and everything like that. Oh,
While we're
goodness.
counting out gold and gems, Rafal's going to turn to Thule and he's going to say, "So, Thule,
Oh my god.
Yes.
Galen told me that you and Agrimar were getting pretty close down there."
Poor gossip had to stop. Damn it.
Agmar or Rafal bought back.
Getting close. I mean, like, he had to restrain me from killing Kevin.
Well, she said that she woke up and saw you two hugging one watch. Care to
Well,
explain?
I mean, technically it was hugging. I'd say it's more restraining. You know, I kind of stabbed Kevin.
Did you like it?
Not
though?
of my own accord. Not.
Was it enjoyable?
Not of my own accord.
Did it kind of like start as restraining and then end?
What? You cut out.
Oh, I was to say, did it kind of start as restraining and end as, just saying?
No. And that would be rude to Kevin, anyways, because she was still awake. But no, I wouldn't.
So if Kevin was asleep.
No.
Hey, Rafal, can I
Agrimar, he's not my type.
Oh, okay. I understand.
What is your type?
That's a conversation that Kevin could have with Julie if she so wishes.
So, Thule, we still don't know much about you. Care to?
Well, you haven't really asked any questions about me.
I'm asking you right now. Care to share? Like, so you're from Averston, and you told us about how you got here and everything. But like, who are you as a person, really? Like, what matters to you? Like, now that you're done saving this city with us, what are your plans?
Well, well, as of right now, I just want to, I guess, help the city get back in order. I suppose I owe your city that much. Kind of contributed to the chaos by, well, killing everything, but still. Just here to help.
What about your more personal goals? Like, what brought you here in the first place?
Nothing really in particular. I travel. I play music, travel a lot. Averston, been there, done that. Was told MistHaven was nice. I've yet to see that.
I don't mean to interrupt this discussion, but can I borrow 25 gold pieces, please?
Sure, here.
Thank you. Continue, Dooley. I apologize.
Wait, do you not have 25? Here, he like hands you like 500
I
gold.
got from hell with only soul coins. I have no money.
Rafal hands you like 500 gold.
Wow, this is cool.
Anyways, you were saying?
I apologize.
I was told that MistHaven is nice, although with recent events, I've yet to see it.
Would you
But
would you like a tour?
are you offering a tour?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you'd like one, I've got time. And I did grow up here.
So Dooley gets around, I see.
Hey.
I'm kidding. I
I
don't
was
know.
thinking the same
Rafal
thing.
is making a friend, okay?
Uh-huh.
He's not pulling a he's not pulling an I can
yeah.
show you the world thing. He's like,
Mhm.
hey,
I can
why
show
did
you the
come
world.
to MistHaven?
Oh no,
Sure.
Quite the charmer.
It's just funny how the conversation started. So your date's your fall or Agrimar, huh? Oh well, let me show you around. Why don't I?
Agrimar's got to run for his money at this point. Like, ooh.
I mean, for the most part, I just like walking around the city.
Uh-huh.
It's a really cool city.
I mean, if you guys remember, almost every time, like, you guys are like, we're gonna go here, Rafal's like, fuck, and almost every time.
Wait, what did he say? I'm sorry, completely.
Oh, I was just saying, almost every time, like, everyone, we need to get from point A to point B, Rafal's like, let's walk, and then everyone's like, nope, we're taking a carriage.
We're not peasants.
Sure, I'll take you up on a tour of the city. Tuli is not flirting either, by the way. She does not take up with nobles.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's a good thing I'm not a noble.
Agrimar still got something.
Still got a chance.
So there's
1 in a million. So you're saying there's a chance.
So you're telling me there's a chance.
Oh, man. Well, that was intriguing.
In the meantime, Agrimar, after you have conjured this massive temple from light itself, took a brief walk around the inside to make sure the dimensions are to your liking, about the same way that you were envisioning them when you were first starting to design the layout of this forge. This place should do nicely, considering what you've got in mind, as both a functional crafting house as well as a place of worship. Was there anything else you would like to do during your first week?
Oh, yeah, definitely. While they're out shopping, obviously I had to go to the other side of the city to cast a spell again. But
wait, what spell are you casting?
Temple of the Gods.
Oh, what does that do?
It creates a physical temple that keeps adherent things at bay. There's the handout. It does a lot of cool shit. Nari's allowed in, but she's not going to be comfortable.
You open the door, she's not allowed in. Unless she tries to force it.
Okay, cool.
Well,
so the door opens, but you actually can't go inside.
She has my permission to enter, but she has to get past the magic. I can't do nothing about that. I'm sorry.
Open and close the door, but the temple itself is opposed to undead creatures.
Okay, so it's pretty from the outside.
Yeah. So it does a bunch of cool things. So I cast that, and then for the day, and then I start walking to the academy, and I'm gonna sending to Professor Barnaby. Professor Barnaby, it is Agrimar. Hope all is well. I was hoping that you might be able to grant me a teleport to the caravan so I can see how you're all doing and recover some of my items that I left there.
Agrimar, it's swell to hear from you. I thought we might have seen the last of you. We've been taking care of your camels and mounts in your absence. We have not yet to enter the structure upon your request, but your scaffolding has done wonders for our studies thus far. I can't wait to...
Never could keep it to 25 words.
Nope. I say I got a kind of a smile on my face, and then I head to the academy and I speak with.
Tell you about some of the very many things that we have yet to discover thus far in our investigations of this site. If you could just make your way to the academy, I will see to it that they are ready and waiting for you for transportation.
And I reply, I will be there shortly, within the hour.
Preparations are being made at this very moment.
And I head over to the academy.
Danger, Will Robbins. Just realized what that voice sounded like.
I have a quick question, because I'm reading the Maker's Temple thing. Like Nari pointed out, Amanda pointed out, the temple opposes elementals, fae fiends, and undead creatures. Are Genasi considered elementals?
No, I don't think so.
Humanoid of elemental descent, but they're not elementals themselves.
All right, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, you're not allowed in, Thule. It's not like I made a room for you.
Be allowed in, Agrimar. It's fine.
You can come in. You got a high charisma save. You're all right.
Oh, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I want to test that, honestly. You know, I've been through enough shit, thanks, so.
You don't know. You have to try one time.
No, I don't have to. I'll just stand outside.
I will throw you into that temple.
You can try.
I'm very good at throwing people into things that they don't want to go into.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Kevin told me.
Perfect for you.
So Agrimar goes to the academy.
All right. As you are
Another episode
of the
filler
academy
episode
facility, it's solid walls all about the campus.
Our contact there is Jeanette Sterling.
Thank you. Agrimar here to see Jeanette Sterling, he says real loud.
That's the right person, right? That's why I have that name written down.
Person who gave us entry. My notes are so, like, all over the place.
Oh, all right. Good for you, Agrimar.
Professor Barnaby said that I'm going to walk in.
You just walk through.
Roll me an intelligence check.
Right? I thought, isn't that how we got in?
No, there's a keyword that you have to say. You said Arcana?
Intelligence.
Oh, it just, yeah. Gross. 9.
You walk straight into a wall, and you do this a couple more times before you find the illusory wall that...
Oh, that's right. There's an illusory door. Ah.
I was like, I remember you just walked through it, right?
I forgot the place.
And then once inside of the courtyard, it's not too long before you find that the elven woman with the tight braid woven into her hair, patiently waiting for you with what looks to be a series of notebooks that she's scribbling away in while waiting.
Is this a blonde chick?
I jog up. Sorry to keep you waiting.
The professor said you would be along shortly. though unexpected, always a delight. He said that you would be making your way to the dig site.
Correct, yes.
And will you be traveling alone?
Yes.
Right then, follow me this way. She starts leading you through halls and corridors and upstairs and downstairs and through more open courtyard areas that are larger than feasibly possible for the size of this building. But it's not too long before you are rounding a corner towards a familiar zoological study department. And it's not too much longer beyond that before you are in front of an office door, be marked Professor Barnaby. Well, I'll leave you at it then. Safe travels.
Thank you so much, and have a wonderful day. I let myself in.
As you open the door to the office, there's a relatively simple setup in here. A small window on the far wall overlooking one of the many courtyards about these facilities. Inside, there are a variety of small skulls placed upon the desk. An imp here, a house straight there, just kind of some of the local oddities about MistHaven. And seated behind the desk, inhaling deeply upon his pipe, is none other than Professor Barnaby himself.
Professor!
He's back in MistHaven.
Agrima, I came as soon as you sent word. I wanted to make sure that I didn't miss you. It seems you folk all whipped up in quite a rush and are often going to and fro at the blink of an eye. Difficult to keep track.
Oh, I know. We're all over the place. Have you heard what's happened in the city?
I've heard bits and pieces spread about from those coming and going from the dig site. Nothing favorable until recently. I heard that there were quite a number of extraordinary creatures that were befuddled in the attack. I heard whispers about a beholder spotting that was quite impossible. Even an elemental phoenix brought up by one of the common folk. But I digress. I've heard your triumph over a dragon within the sewers of the city.
Oh, my friend, that wasn't the half of it. It was,
I heard there was an aboleth as well.
You're well informed, my friend. Yes, and we took care of all of it.
I would say single-handedly taking on a dragon and an aboleth.
Well,
quite impressive.
Not just myself. Of course, the rest, Rafal and Phelan and...
Yes, are they here? Are they going to be joining you?
No, I believe they're shopping. But I'm coming myself because I just wanted to make sure that the dig site is going the way it should. If you needed any assistance, and then you got to get some things and get back.
Great. Well, if you're ready to go, I won't keep you waiting around any longer.
Please, I want to see what you've discovered.
All right then. If you'll just keep close, and he makes his way, stands himself up, takes another deep puff from his pipe, walks around over towards where you are at, extends his arm out towards yours, grasps hold of your wrist, and in the blink of an eye, you are in a much warmer climate with sand blowing to and from, getting in every nook and cranny of your person. There are a variety of colorful tents kind of strewn about the sandscapes of these dunes, and they are all surrounding the large remains of this enormous statue of the pharaoh Zomeria in the land far, far away. You can see the scaffolding is still holding the statue about where it lay when you left, though much of the dirt, stone, and greenery from around its sides where it lay have all been dug out, and almost the entirety of this statue has been exposed. All There's no more than a square foot of it that you can make out that isn't covered in these soulstone carvings. And you can see the mouth is agape, and there's a faint teal glow coming from inside the back of the throat.
Wait, did they go inside?
No, we put up a barrier, didn't we?
Yeah, I thought
Yeah.
we told them not to go inside. I don't think we put up a barrier. I think we specifically told them not.
Professor, should that be glowing?
Well, it started shortly after your departure. I presumed it was of your doing, some sort of spell to signal you should any of us cross that threshold.
So who crossed the threshold?
And none of us yet. As instructed, you told us to remain put, and we have remained on the exterior of the Queen, though I presume with your arrival you are here to grant us other instructions. After all, a number of us have been making our rounds in order to detect what might be inside, and we have been gathering all sorts of interesting readings, if I might be so frank. The most common detecting magic spells are going all manner of akimbo and revealing all sorts of information that was, well, not the least of which we suspected. We are picking up on substances that even the experts haven't the faintest idea of, as well as arcane drift of sorts from sources beyond our own material plane. We've been able to pinpoint infernal arcane sources as well as fey, and at least 3 others that we can't quite mark.
I see. That sounds like this statue is a nexus for many different planes. Interesting.
It's certainly piqued our curiosity and gotten us ever more at the ready to dive in as soon as possible.
Unfortunately, Professor, I don't have the authority to grant you access to that. That would be on Rafal. Perhaps you can message him for approval. I just wanted to make sure everything was safe and nothing else weird happened out here.
Define weird.
Aberrant sand creatures that stalk people through the deserts and things of that nature.
We have had the occasional drifter make their way through here, but nothing a school of wizards couldn't deal with on our own. I think we fought worst on our trek across the deserts.
Okay, well, that's good. That's good.
Nothing quite on the scale of giants riding tyrannosauruses.
Yeah. Oh, that was a fun time. So, should we go into your tent so I can look at your research and maybe I can provide some insight?
I thought you were here for your things, but if you want to look over my research,
just briefly. I mean,
he turns around and Kimberly, would you mind getting my latest documents and profiles on some of the latest readings that we've been able to procure? I think Agrama might be able to take particular interest to the double barrel wands. Bring me the research I've come up with on that thus far. We will be awaiting you in my chambers. And this, as one of the underlings kind of nods in response, a little bit reluctantly, then rushes off to one of the many tents and disappears inside.
Do I sense my robot around?
Are you currently attuned to your shield?
I'm attuned to the necklace, yes.
Then, no, you do not.
Wait, he's not on this plane of existence?
He is not.
Yeah, shit.
If I remember right, you left him inside of Preston's tower.
No, I left him outside to help the professor with carrying shit around. He was supposed to help with the excavation.
As soon as you left, he was unable to fulfill that function.
Right. Is
So,
Preston's tower around?
You don't see his tower anywhere, but you do see a familiar-looking wagon among some of the tents.
Professor, did we arrive at the cart, or did we use a different teleportation?
Used a different teleportation circle, not the one inside of Preston's tower. Not the one that you never told Barnaby about.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah. Let's go have a look. Has anybody seen anything or anyone come from Preston's wagon?
Nothing that has warranted any sort of oddities. As far as I know, the wagon has been left undisturbed. None of our alarm spells encircling the wagon have been triggered. At least not to my knowledge, anyways.
Good.
Do you suspect that something is coming through? Is anything we should be worried about?
No, I have nothing to suspect from that. It's just, just making sure I check all the boxes.
Well, check.
I do believe that I left my construct in there, so I might have to step inside before I leave.
Certainly. Nothing too disastrous should trigger upon your entry. Nothing you can't handle, I'm sure.
Of course. So I follow him into his tent.
Right. One second. I'm looking for a note that I wrote a while ago. I'm not sure where I
have a feeling something terrible is going to happen, y'all.
Well, this is the end of Agrimar. We'll tell your story.
Miss you, buddy.
Wait, what happened?
Agrimar's gonna die.
Ryan just lost a note, and that seems really...
It just means Agrimar's dead.
He is. We knew
He's
him
just dead.
He falls off a random cliff somewhere.
Wait, where did that meme come from?
What meme? You've got to be very specific. I actually don't.
We're in a different campaign right now. You disowned all of us.
What?
What?
Which I thought that you didn't just disowned everybody on the ship.
No, that was just for the session.
Friendship ended with Kiase Kora and so Sarah and now Nibbles is my best friend.
Only friends with Nibbles now. Everyone else she disowned.
Revolve.
Am I just not? I'm not seeing it. What am I looking at?
The one on me. You don't see it. It hurts probably because you're Nibbles. It doesn't hurt you. It's fine. I understand.
What gives people feelings of power, money, status, following the law?
Oh, my Discord wasn't updating. I've missed the last 30 memes.
There's a lot of memes happening right now. You can't just fall behind like that.
What is this one? Children yelling McDonald's, McDonald's. We have food at home. McDonald's, McDonald's. Pulls in the drive-thru as children cheer, orders a single macaroni and leaves. What?
It's okay, Ryan. We can get back to that later.
No, well, I found the one note that I need. Okay.
We're distracted by memes.
Professor Barnaby welcomes you into his tent, and before long, he is pouring a couple of light goblets of wine. It is much more fruity than it is alcoholic, but it's more or less to kind of help settle his nerves, if anything, as he seems overly anxious to tell you everything, but not really sure where to start. As he starts explaining to you about how some of the translations of what best they can make out about the Sunken Queen's carvings, well, they had to double check some of their original studies just because of some of the results that they were getting are completely contradictory to what they, to magic as they had understood it thus far. It seems as though this large structure has not maintained its position within the material plane the entirety of its existence, but has effectively plane hopped around by some means that they cannot fathom. That all of the carvings surrounding the exterior of the statue itself seem to harbor some sort of protection magic for the construct itself, in order to prevent it from ripping itself apart as it would go from one plane to the next. And so if this sort of field of understanding is to be believed, they think that maybe this is how it got so far out and away from the city of its origin. Not so much by just walking out there, but it might have tried to return to its material plane at some point, and it was off in its teleportation. So this is just kind of where it ended up. But that's not the most fascinating point that they have found thus far. The readings that they have gotten, and he's a little bit hesitant to tell you, but closer towards the maw, nearby where that glowing teal light is coming from, it's clear that the source of some of these readings is still remaining inside of the statue. But they have been picking up all sorts of magics as if detected from a different plane, like readings to tell them that this object originated from the Feywild or from the Shadowfell or from elsewhere upon the astral plane. They even picked up some strange readings about some field by the name of Daganata that they don't even understand what that could mean. But nevertheless, it was of interest enough they have made notes about many of these studies that they have made thus far. He's not entirely sure what it all means, but he's ever hopeful that the more information he gives you, the more likely you are to change your mind about letting them go inside of it.
Yeah. So as he's kind of going through that, I poke my finger at Daganata and say, "That one I know for sure. That is the plane of molten metal."
What was it doing there?
Well, that is a very good question.
More importantly, how do you recognize this one?
Oh, that one in particular? I'm from that plane.
Oh, that's home.
He gives you a once-over as you see his irises flutter a little bit as some sort of spell is cast by him as he looks you up and down once more.
Give him a big grin.
What can you tell us about the molten metal plane that might further our studies? Anything weird that we should be aware of?
Besides me? Yeah. Strange elementals that are a combination of earth and fire, and sometimes water, metal elementals. There are strange alloys on that plane that would be inconceivable to those around here. Some very strong, some very pliable, while maintaining all the structure. There's some terrible beasts, much like the ones we have here. We have the great purple worm here, but they have great metal worms there. Metal dragons. It's very hot.
Glorious.
It has just as many oddities as any of the other planes.
I don't suppose you would have means of returning.
Unfortunately, no, I don't have anything that is attuned to that plane.
But if you did?
I could.
I simply ask because amongst a number of the curiosities that this sunken queen has presented to us, it seems as though not the entirety of it is here. Some of the wizards from the academy have erected a true sight spell and a true seeing to see into some of the adjoining planes, and there are fractured bits and pieces of this statue that lie scattered about the ethereal in this area as well. I'm thinking that whatever its final journey may have been, fractured it across some of the many planes that it had traveled to. I think that not all of it resides here. Much like the foot is left in this port city, in this body here, much like the rest of it could have been scattered across some of the other planes that it has traversed.
Interesting. Has there been any kind of new knowledge to see if this particular statue was once animated? Could move on its own?
It's nothing so simple, as it were. Not like the construct you left behind. Though similar to when you left your construct behind. The essence of it being once animated, but failing after a signal of sorts was lost to it. Much like your own shield guardian would be effectively worthless without that medallion around your neck. There's some sort of power source to the sunken queen. Something to move it, to cause it to animate. But without any such command, it would remain inert. Like a gargoyle.
Ah, interesting, yes. And perhaps this thing was traveling to these different planes to collect knowledge, materials, to bolster itself for whoever was controlling it. This dates back to around the time as that, dare I say it, the ecstasis, the titan that was ravaging the land.
I'm not as versed on the fragments of ectasis, but I am aware of this phenomena that you are talking about.
Perhaps this was a weapon to combat it, and it was searching the planes for a weakness to this titan, maybe? I mean, a giant think of it as a construct, a giant being. To fight a titan would need all kinds of tools in order to combat something that wreaks that much havoc.
Would you mind terribly if I were to inquire one more time as to what exactly you found when your party went inside of the mountain?
Found some undead. We found standing sarcophagi things. Some living rock creatures. Some illusory magics. Strange liquids flowing through. Almost like a lifeblood, almost. Not water, not acid, or tar, or anything of that nature, or grease. Other than that, there wasn't too terrible much, but what we did get from the liquid was that it was very malevolent. It wasn't It did not seem like it boded well, which is why we didn't want you all going in, because it seemed like it would be a very terrible thing to mess with.
See, so this liquid that caused you trouble, it's still inside, or was this dealt with?
It still flowed
the
through.
Undead and the elementals and the illusions and all of it.
When we left, the undead were dealt with. The illusion was dealt with. The strange elementals were dealt with. But we could not do anything with the liquid itself, so it's still running. If it's been 10 days, so it's probably still running.
Curiouser and curiouser.
Well, you've given me insight. Hopefully I've given you some insight, Professor.
Certainly, you piqued a few questions that I've had lingering around in the back of my mind that are going to need some further study before any sort of hypothesis could be drawn up about.
Do you only have wizards here at the excavation? Do you have any clerics or anything of that nature?
We've had no need for any such religious services about our dig site.
I wouldn't say it would hurt to have a handful of clerics at the ready, just to deal with the normal things that you arcane casters aren't quite as adept at working with. Another set of eyes from a different angle.
Will be taken under consideration.
Like I said, if you want approval, you have to take that up with the boss, Rafal. I will inform him when I get back about what you found, and maybe I can send a message once I talk to him and tell you one way or another.
It would be most appreciated to further our studies if we could glimpse at what it is that we're picking up on the outside. If it's this powerful, it has to be something extremely valuable inside.
Or extremely dangerous. Like I said, we didn't go that far into the statue, so we don't know what else is there.
I understand how these things work. Oftentimes, they are larger on the inside than you might have originally anticipated, much like the sewers beneath the city.
You're telling me, friend.
Now, if you don't mind, are you going to be needing all of the horses back? They are a bit more difficult for teleportation magics. Not impossible, but they have also been convenient to have on this side.
How many do you need?
How many are you willing to part with?
It's okay, Agrimar. We don't need our horses. Just give Kevin back.
Just get the camel.
Just the camel. I need Humphrey back, man.
Back.
It's been on the back of my mind
I have
for
a feeling
year.
that I should leave the camel. No.
Sounds fair.
Just the camel. I think everyone else has a mode of transportation, but our dear Kevin has been so lonely without her camel.
Your generosity knows no bounds.
So I'll step into Preston's cart just to make sure everything's all right, and then gather my things, take the camel, and I bid you farewell, my friend.
I'd caution advisement on that first step. Upon stepping in, immediately step back out, and then you should be all right.
Why is that of concern?
Because you asked for certain precautions to be made to ensure that nobody disturbed Preston's tower, as you called it.
Traps, then.
Spells. I wouldn't go so far as to call them mere traps. It's a bit more complicated than that. But yes.
I am but a humble cleric. I will make it expedient then.
Very well. And if there's anything else that you need from us, we'll be around. Will you be needing transportation back to the city, or are you going to be sticking around for some time? We could definitely use your efforts to construct some more scaffolding. If you're going to be around for the next few weeks, I could see to it that the transportation of more resources to build more scaffolding is erected.
Unfortunately, my time is needed in the city. There's a lot of rebuilding to do.
I understand. Always more work, never enough time for all of it.
Yeah. Ain't that the truth? I bid you adieu, Professor.
And you as well. Mr. Daganatian?
You can just call me Agrimar.
Right, but if we were to encounter another from your material plane, what do you prefer?
Daganatian would be fine.
Excellent. I will make a note of it and inform the others, just in case.
Very well. And I make my way to Preston's cart, and hopefully I can get my robot before I die.
You step into the cart, and almost immediately there's a flash of orange light.
Fireball.
There's a fireball.
All right, bring it.
Fireball's coming your way. Roll me a dexterity saving throw.
19.
You managed to take half damage from the fireball.
Quarter damage.
Which, if this were not downtime, I would be a little more concerned about. But a fireball does go off point blank upon you. But otherwise, you are unimpeded from re-entering Preston's Wizard's Tower.
I take a quick look around to see if anything naughty's been happening. Run up to the 3rd floor real quick.
Roll me an investigation check.
Yeah. Investigation is +2. 18.
Everything seems to be about where you remember leaving it.
Do I sense
Looks
my
as
robot?
though this tower has been tossed over about 4 or 5 times by your party, so it's difficult to say for sure because nothing was ever put back. But upon making your way up to the top floor, protecting the no longer present but cleverly disguised teleportation circle is a motionless automaton that does begin to stir the higher up in the tower you rise.
I activate my robot. Does he respond?
No. Activating it's not a thing. But it does begin to move as you get closer, as if stirring from a motionless slumber, like a black iron golem.
Actually, activating it is a thing, right?
But what does activating it do?
Well, I can attempt to reactivate it with a successful Arcana check. But I'll say, come on, we've got work to do.
I'm not saying an activate property anywhere.
It's the last paragraph. If it has been deactivated, then I can use an action to do a successful Arcana check to reactivate it.
That's why I'm looking at the shield guardian. You're looking at the amulet.
Yeah.
That would do it. It begins to stir in response, giving no vocal recognition, but moves closer.
I commanded, follow me, and I start walking downstairs.
It starts crashing down the stairs behind you as it stomps its way down the tower.
When
and the two of you can emerge from Preston's tower.
Yeah, I go find the camel.
You can see that same Kimberly girl after about 20 minutes struggling to round up a relatively stubborn camel that seems to be in the midst of what was a nap as it's lying down, and she's just tugging and pulling at the reins of this camel who just couldn't be bothered to move right now.
I walk over to the camel, give it a bit of rations, like a sweet fruit bar or something. There.
Scoops
Are you
the
ready to go
rations
see
from
Kevin?
your open palm. Its long tongue.
Do you want to go see Kevin?
It
Your little
sneezes and just spatters your face with snot, as well as bits of chewed up fruity rations.
He likes me. I'm going to try an animal handling check to try to get in its good graces.
Do so with advantage, because you just fed him.
16.
It doesn't seem to understand what you're saying to it, but it does slowly start to rise from where it's sat on the floor.
Beautiful.
And it just starts sniffing at some of your pockets, looking for more.
I'll feed it another one, and then have my robot come next to me. I'll command him to stand next to me. And I'll grab the robot's hand, hold the reins for the camel, and I'll cast Word of Recall.
All right.
Designation, the temple.
What's it look like as you cast this spell for, I think, the first time?
This is the first time I've been able to do it, yes. So as he stands there hand in hand with the camel and the robot, his eyes, he closes his eyes to focus on the spell, and he says the word Maker's Temple, and his eyes flash open gold, and all three of their bodies turn into golden mist, into a swirl, and then just blink out. And when they come back, it's a reverse swirl.
And there's a noticeable flurry of confusion about the camel as its face just starts frantically looking all around its settings that it is not familiar with. It starts fighting you as it just starts pulling and tugging on the reins, but it is unable to beat your own grip on it. And after a few moments and another rations bar, it does start to settle down.
Come on. I gotta go home for the day. Tomorrow, Cognar, we work.
Is there anything else Agrimar would like to accomplish?
Well, during his first week, that was it. Making the temple every day, and then just if the party needs something at the time until whatever funds get transferred.
All right. Kevin, during your first week, after noticing two individuals keeping an eye on you as you're investigating this rooftop campsite, is there anything else you would like to do? Unless she's memeing.
Oh no, what's going on?
Anything else Kevin would like to do?
I did not hear any of the explanation.
So after spending your time investigating that rooftop campsite and then noticing those two people down on the street level that are keeping an eye on you, is there anything that Kevin would like to do?
Yeah, she's going to fake kind of walking away and going over to the other rooftops and try to tail these guys.
All right. Roll me. What's a good tailing check? Survival?
Or stealth.
Yeah.
Or combination of the two.
Do acrobatics.
Yeah.
I
But I
mean,
think stealth.
stealth
What
and
does Kevin
survival.
like to do?
Stealth.
So give me a stealth check.
Oh, thank God. Okay. That's my highest. 30.
Casual.
Yeah. Not
Casual 30.
Not only do you have no trouble losing these guys, you're able to lead them down a false direction before losing them so that they think you were heading another direction in the city before you turn around and start tailing them. And it's not too long, maybe another hour of following them before they make their way to a tavern known as the Sticky Mermaid.
Ugh. Kevin has a disguise kit, right? She's going to try to disguise herself, and I don't have anything else. And I don't know, wear some different traveler's clothes? Huh. Yeah, but trying to disguise myself. Trying to disguise Kevin.
Sure. Roll me a disguise kit check.
What do I roll specifically for that?
I think it's performance for disguise kit.
Wouldn't it be deception?
It has its own, but I believe it's if you're proficient in disguise kit, it would be charisma. It'd be charisma plus proficiency.
No, I don't have any proficiency in that.
Night, Ben.
Night, Ben.
So, Ryan, I think it would just be a straight charisma roll.
Hi.
Night. What roll would it be?
That's Ryan's call.
Okay, sorry.
I think it depends on the way in which you're trying to disguise yourself. What skill would you like to use?
Honestly, deception, because that is the
I'm good with that.
highest charisma stat I have.
I'm good with a deception. As you throw on a quick disguise, a little bit oblivious about the mustache that got inked onto your face as you throw this kit together and make your way to the Sticky Mermaid.
Where are they hiding out?
Inside of the Sticky Mermaid, it's a fairly stingy looking place from the inside. It's clearly overdue for not just cleaning, but repairs in general. There are sconces poorly lighting the room space. What looks to be a very poorly stocked few shelves of alcohol behind the bar and a large, what looks to be almost a bugbear behind the bar that's just kind of mean mugging everybody. And as you walk in, his eyes shift from mean mugging them to mean mugging you. What can I get you?
Just an ale, sir. That's all I need.
Right, 2 copper pieces. And he starts pouring ale from a bottle into a not very clean mug. And then he hands it out towards you and accepts the coin. Says, right, I don't think I recognize you, but rule is don't cause me trouble, I don't cause you trouble. If you're here for the daily dive, it starts at sunset. Otherwise, feel free to make yourself at home in any of the booths.
Right. Thank you, my good sir. Thank you, my good sir.
Looking around, roll me a perception check to see if you can spot the two that you were following.
22.
Looking around, it takes you a minute, but you do eventually recognize the two gentlemen who've got their backs to you as they are seated at a booth, both discussing something with a more obese fellow. Stand by. Does that work? Looks a little bit like this.
Huh. Does Kevin recognize him?
Roll me an intelligence check. You don't recognize him.
Oh, come on. Kevin will try to get a booth that's within earshot but is not too close.
Sure. Roll me one more stealth check. See how close you can get to him without them noticing.
25.
You edge closer and closer. You start to overhear bits and pieces of their conversation. I didn't see any oranges amongst her garb. I don't think I recognized her. She's a short little son of a bitch.
What the fuck?
Man, could she climb? Are you saying that out loud?
Under my breath. Under my breath.
All right. She's a short little son of a bitch, but she can climb like a spider. Tough to keep up with her, but I think we followed her back around towards the entrance of the military academy. I think they're bedding down there for the afternoon. I don't think they've made it back out from northern MistHaven yet. But whatever they did to the 448, they seem a bit off-put by any further activities. No other fires starting up anywhere, no more explosions in the midst of the night. Tough to say, but I don't think she's the cause of it or has any sort of association with it. She looked to be rummaging around rather than looking for anything in particular. They seem to be reporting on what they saw you doing and drawing their own conclusions.
What's the main guy looking?
He's looking pretty solemnly, like his expression isn't changing much as he's hearing this reported. But as they are finishing up, you hear the sound of the clattering of a couple of coins hitting the table. Right, then. Enjoy the night on me, and the Vale appreciates your services. If you're needed, we will reach out. But until then, do not contact us. We'll find you. And the larger man rises up from the booth and starts making his way to the back of the tavern where the restrooms are at.
Can Kevin follow him?
Absolutely. You start making your way back around to the back hall, kind of like where the kitchens are at, where the rear loading entrance is at, where the bathroom doors are at. And following this larger guy isn't difficult in the slightest, but he steps out the back entrance into the rear alleyway.
Oh, God, I really want to... Kevin is going to, I guess, keep following him, but I don't like stepping out into an alleyway.
So are you following him?
Yeah, keeping a good distance from him, and if possible, activating the wings.
Well, as soon as you step outside into the alleyway,
I knew it. Oh well.
He seems to have quickened his pace a little bit. He, like, while you were maybe 10 to 15 feet behind him as he was making his way to the back of the tavern, He's now about 25 to 30 feet ahead of you, kind of at a light jog, which for him is a little bit of a sight to see. But he is making his way up the alleyway, opposite the direction he is skimpering. Looks to be a large open manhole, like larger than usual, but the grate is not present on it. It's just an open hole with a ladder that goes down into the sewers.
Kevin will activate the wings in order to keep up with him and still out of sight.
All right. As you take flight with the wings, you go up and over the building and are able to see that as soon as he emerges from the alleyway, there are 4 individuals waiting on either side of the alley that flank him on either side and just start following him for a couple of blocks. And then a wagon pulls up and he goes into this wagon. The 4 escorts all climb up onto the wagon into various guard positions, and the wagon proceeds elsewhere within the city. Seems as though this man is a little bit wealthier and more to do than your average rapscallion.
Is it possible?
Would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, continue to follow him.
All right.
I wonder if I can get underneath that cart and I could just hang on to the other underside.
Roll me one more stealth check to see if you're able to hide from these guards as you are flying after them. Damn, 28, yeah. You're able to follow this wagon as it winds and weaves its way through old MistHaven. And the wagon itself makes its way round and about towards Exemplary Execrables, where it slows to a stop before the large man reemerges, and he looks to be dressed in much finer garb now as he emerges from the wagon with bulging pockets.
Oh my god.
And he makes his way into this much finer looking establishment. But the 4 guards wait by the wagon.
And this appears to be a shop, not an inn or tavern?
This looks to be like a high-class tavern.
Oh, fuck. I don't have any nice clothes. Is there a side door Kevin can just sneak into?
You want to look for a side door?
Yes.
Roll me a perception check. With the reliable talent, you do see there is an
She gets to
upstairs
reroll
window
ones.
that is ajar.
How did I read? Whoa. There's a what?
There's an upstairs window that is ajar, as well as a back kind of loading entrance that is closed in the alleyway.
Kevin is going to go high, sneak into the window. Glad I don't have to break it this time.
As you go into this window, there are 3 individuals inside of this room whose attention goes towards the figure climbing in through their window. And various looks of confusion are quick to decorate their faces.
Oh, this isn't my house. Oh my god. Sorry. Not my room. I'm just going to make my way through. If you don't mind.
One of them steps in front of the door. Says, "Yeah, this is not your room. I don't suppose a little trespasser's fee is out of the question. After all, you're disturbing our privacy. I'd hate to make a mess of this for Boyle."
Right. Yes, I see what you mean. How does 2 copper pieces sound?
You see one of the guys reaching for a heavy crossbow that's across one of the beds. "Well, to be frank, sounds offensive.
Right, of course. How does 10 silver pieces?
Wow, with someone that's got the balls that you've got to break into the Vale's own headquarters to try and steal something from somebody in here and offer up a measly 2 copper pieces, well, frankly, it's a bit like spitting in my mother's face.
Well, with a mug like that, I'd probably improve that. Sorry.
What was that, you little run?
Excuse me. Yeah, I'll lean in. I said, with a mug like that, asshole, it'd probably improve it. And you know what? I see that, and I will increase it to 15 gold pieces.
15 gold?
Yeah.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh, no. Is it a disadvantage? No. Well, I tried.
I told you I wasn't bailing you out.
I was gonna say, isn't that the dude that's like the head of the underworld or whatever?
No, I actually don't know what the Veil is.
Boyle?
Boyle is the
Boyle.
name of the Thieves Guild in MistHaven. Boyle's the head of the Thieves Guild, and this is their establishment.
Whoops.
This is the tavern the party's been to previously, like where they were having that poker tournament at the time.
Oh, that's right.
And all that, yeah.
You just broke into the Thieves Guild, Kevin.
Well, it was.
And you offered them a really shitty bribe.
Come on, Kevin, you have more gold than that.
I know, but you
That's
know.
where we're gonna pick up next week. So that's how Kevin started her down time.
With the Thieves Guild.
This is how Kevin became a.
I feel like we all saw this coming if we're gonna be real.
Kevin went to jail under a different name, so nobody at the party was able to find her ever again.
Well, oopsie poodle.
Well, that was a fun. Oh God, man. Downtime is so crazy for me to think about. Like I'm just like, no, we have to go fight Requisitors, right?
Well, we don't. Like we just have things to build, things to do.
No, we just gotta solve an interdimensional giant construct thing. That's all good.
Oh my god.
Right? What's going on out there?
For once, I went out by myself and didn't get in trouble.
You're not
you
back
got hit by
yet,
a fireball.
No, I'm back. I'm back in the city.
Oh, you are back.
That whole process took like an hour.
He did his Hearthstone recall.
Way to go, Agrimar.
He hit B. I'm glad everyone got that League of Legends reference.
Teleported back somewhere else.
I mean, it was a shopping trip. Things were learned. Hot water was made.
Guilds were infiltrated.
Yes, accidentally also. Like, whoops.
But like, let's just be real. That's where Kevin's supposed to be.
Yeah, like Rafal is just going to be giving.
Given
going to see Kevin like bursting out of a window
again.
Giving Thule a tour.
And here you'll see, oh, there's Kevin. You'll jumping out of a window, escaping from something. If you look to your left,
it's a regular occurrence, actually.
Yeah, and Rafal is kind of like known for actually making friends with women. Agrimar.
Agrimar's known for making very good friends with women.
I didn't say anything. What?
He's aware of the effect he has on women.
You're coming at me. It was the girls that were saying shit. I didn't say nothing.
I didn't say shit. I defended myself and Agrimar's honor. So
I think Rafal is a bit jealous of Agrimar with his effect on the lady.
No, dude, Phelan was like, "Yo, you gotta get to the bottom." It's like Phelan tasked Rafal with gossiping, and so he gossiped.
Phelan had to go do things. I'm sorry. I didn't think Nari was going to come back so soon.
Yeah, so I didn't have Phelan to gossip with, though, so guess who got gossip? The person who was there.
So we're appreciate you continuing the gossip.
It wasn't technically gossip because it was right to Thule's face. That's even better, right?
No, I don't know.
Thule's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And Rafal's like, Phelan saw. She knew. Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be funny that you're gossiping and I come back with a camel and a robot.
Thule was like, "What the fuck?" I was literally like mind controlled.
Yeah, we don't know. Rafal was asleep through the whole thing.
Phelan just woke up and saw you guys hugging. So, there's really no real thing to it, but we don't know.
I'm actually surprised that Rafal didn't question the fact that I was just that Thule was like, "Oh yeah, I stabbed Kevin."
Yeah,
that part doesn't. He's not surprised at that part at all.
So we've all had an idea of stabbing Kevin. Like, yeah, no, she just went one step further and did what we were all afraid to do.
Let's be real.
I just assumed that it meant like Kevin was trying to steal something from her and Thule stabbed her.
I was gonna say, from what like the interactions that Kevin and Thule have had, they're not really on the best terms.
No.
They've both almost killed each other, which doesn't necessarily put them on even ground.
No, it totally does. It totally puts them on even ground. Okay, we talked about this. I nearly got everyone exploded. You were mind controlled by rats that could have attacked the party. Like, come on.
The rats were really cool. Okay.
The rats were obviously dangerous.
That's
not
why
obviously.
You have types of sewers now.
Not obviously at all until they started swarming. They are harmless until they have numbers.
Yeah, and it's
there was only like 5 of them, so she was like, "Oh, I'll go sit with the rats."
1 or 2 rats is fine, like okay, but once they number in like 20, when they previously weren't there before and they kind of look dead, and didn't they have their
already too late for her by
now. Their brains were showing.
Yeah, the brains. Yeah, no, 1 rat with a brain exposed. Like, oh, okay, that's kind of odd. But once it numbers in 3, it's like, oh, this does not look good for me.
We've already decided that Thule is apparently the Lorax, so like she does not fear nature.
I'm a bard, not a druid.
Yeah, when you were talking to me about what Thule was going to do, I'm like, is it? I got real confused because I thought that she was a druid for a minute. You're one with the trees.
Thule speaks with the trees. That is all.
I just know how to speak with them.
Thule's not the only one that speaks Elven, is she?
Yeah, she is.
Phelan did.
Could.
Yeah, I'm the only one that speaks Elvish.
But now,
is that a problem?
Or Nari was Nari was the original one who spoke with the. Nari could speak with the original Dryad. That's how they originally started making guilds with them.
Right. That Dryad spoke common.
That Dryad, yeah, okay, that's fair. No,
yeah, if you
Nari
didn't have anyone that didn't know Elvish,
there it is in her sheet. We're good.
Then like we would have been fucked in the overgrowth. We would have been terrorized by treants.
I have to double check their stats.
Because Nari started the.
Didn't speak common because Kevin had no idea what they were saying to Nari while the 2 of you were up there. Before they started shooting at Kevin while she was up on the rooftops.
Yep.
Nari's like, no, they're friends. It's fine.
Please don't murder my.
I just made friends with them. I've decided we're gonna be planned friends. It's okay. Even though they've been trying to kill us this whole time, they had good reason. It's totally cool.
Define good reason.
We heard that
first. Imagine that you were trapped in a cage by someone who gave you all these big promises, and that person just magically disappeared, and all of your life dreams just went to ashes, and you were stuck in this greenhouse for living all of eternity. And someone came and said,
sounds like something Nari did to Agmar.
And like somebody took one of your potted plant children and just smashed them onto the ground right in front of your face, in front of all the other children, and then just left it.
I think my brother did that to me once.
And then they were like, well, how the fuck are you supposed to fix this? And we're like, we'll fix it. Here, let's fix it. And then one of our party members is like, I don't know what you mean. This doesn't make sense. What do you want us to do? And we're like, just fucking fix it. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. Just fucking fix it. Just put some water on the plant. Make it right. I don't know what you guys want from me.
I mean, in defense of the plants in the overgrown zone, they were attacked first, so they attacked back. I'd say that's a pretty good
I mean,
reason
it's
for them to be
Zumaria's at fault here. It's her fault that they're there in the first place.
It's not really her fault that everything went to shit. If you really think about it in the long run, I mean, it's not her fault that.
Are you back on the defending Zumaria train?
No, but I mean, if you think of it, I mean, she was just the pharaoh, like, and then like it's not her fault that the Titan was risen, that Kronos came to take over. Like, it's not her fault that all these massive things happened.
It's just her fault that the overgrown zone is there. That's all I was saying. That is her fault.
But they're not bad.
It's not like
no, I didn't say they were bad. I was just saying she's the one that put them there.
She is the one that put them there, and we're just gonna give them a happy place to live, so they can just be happy trees from now on.
Exactly. And if anything bad happens to them, Thule will burn down MistHaven. There's no.
Nari will be right there with you because Nari has been with them the very first steps of the way. You don't know Nari very well, but she was there the very first second things started to go wrong, and she was like, "Wait, guys, let's fix this."
Kevin's just looking for an excuse to start another fire.
Yeah, that is true. Kevin is totally up for arson, and also burning down MistHaven would do the world and even MistHaven a giant favor.
We're gonna have to take away any flammables that Kevin has in the.
Why are you all like this?
Because
Nari
because creatures that were put there not of their own accord don't deserve to be killed.
Oh no, that's I just with the you don't have to burn down the city.
I mean, if the city hurts the plants, then the city's at fault.
And also, the city is obviously cursed, and therefore, the only thing to cleanse this world of a curse is to
Well, I mean, the city
is
obviously cursed, but that's beside the point.
Okay,
we're trying to solve the curse, not just burn everything down. It's still gonna be cursed if you burn it down.
Yeah, but you know what? We just
found a resolution for the plants. They'll be happy. We can find a resolution for the curse. It'll be fine.
I mean, if we're talking about curses, I'm pretty sure Kevin is cursed by the death of her former person that they took their name of, so should we kill her?
I mean, no. We definitely need to kill, what's his name, Virader.
Virader, yes.
Because he's clearly who's at fault in that story.
DM, that would be totally fair. Okay, but let's just maybe not go there.
Just saying.
I'd be all right in my
Honestly,
temple.
the overgrown zone
have
for the list that I made for Julie is like the least of her problems. I have so much for her that I want her to do, besides relocating the plants. I think that's a small thing.
Heist, yes.
The heist isn't very high on her list either.
What's high on Thule's list?
She wants to find out more. Well, obviously look into the Requisitors, but I'm more interested in Dazan, the demon that is currently in charge of the Requisitors.
Yeah, they're all demons.
As well as that shit that we found out in the Honoroy. Those are pretty important, I think.
Oh my god. I think Thule and Nari are about to become best friends.
Dude, I'm very happy to have two researchers.
I have like a whole list of things Nari wants to discover, and I feel like Thule would be like right there with her. I just feel like they're gonna just be like, we have all these things we need to figure out. You're gonna take this one, I'm gonna take this one. We're just gonna like go down the line.
It's true. All of my notes that I have for MistHaven so far, like I don't do like post-it notes. I have a notebook, like with pages of things. I have theories.
I just know what I want to do for fall.
I have a lot of questions that Nari wants to go and question, but I'm trying to make sure I have enough money to be able to ask these questions, and so I'm trying to ask them the right way.
Here. If you stick with Thule,
but Nari doesn't have any money.
She can fund your questions.
Okay, you know what you could do? Here's the thing: is heist and stealing.
So
You
they
know?
have to give
We
us
just
10
made we just made like 60 grand or something like that. I'm sure we could spare some of it.
We're all going to Agromar. Let's just be real here.
Oh my god.
Agramar's only going to make 3 of the items he was originally planning.
So
That just opened up like half of his downtime.
that's good. That's good. But yeah, like I just feel like Tuli and Nori, we about to bond on a different level, girl. Like
We're about to do some research. Like
we gonna
massive
be
research.
in the library for days. Like, I'm so
The sunlight?
excited.
What's that? We don't know it.
Nori hates sunlight. I don't even want to be a part of it.
They're like midnight shift librarians, like, no, those.
So now that we've got the funds, does Rafal want cool armor or not?
I mean, no, because it's gonna take my attunement, right?
No, I can make it without the bonus. You can just get +2 armor or whatever.
+2 is how far I can get without attunement.
Yep.
I'll take that.
All right, then yes.
It's
back on the menu, boys.
It can only be a +2 without attunement. I'm sorry.
No, I thought I could only do +1 on attunement without attunement.
I mean, technically by the book you can make a +3, but that's a legendary, and that's like 150,000 gold plus like 3 years to make.
Well, 2 is
now
fine.
Making that plate armor, Agromar is back up to 40 weeks of just crafting.
If he uses my armor that's already made,
no, I have special steel.
He's making it with a different material entirely.
Oh, are you making it with the dragon scales?
Nope.
Nope.
What are you making my armor with?
It's a stellar iron.
What's that?
Don't know.
You don't know. I'll tell you once I make it.
It's stellar and it's iron.
It's iron that's super stellar, obviously.
Exactly.
Let's
Like
just say
plate armor of billowing.
Like
let's just say someone's gonna be fabulous.
and your cape will still billow. Rafal, you're just gonna be like this majestic person that walks by and everyone's gonna be like,
And I've got a pretty cool shield idea for Rafal as well. So
well, I can get like what, a +1 on my shield with no attunement?
I can make you a +2.
Oh, nice. Wow, my AC is gonna be really high.
I'm doing all this so you cannot let me die.
So it's your responsibility.
He's already like kind of like promised not to let you die, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, we kind of have like that blood bond, like we won't let each other die. But this is my way of making sure.
Take it more seriously, though. Let's just be real here.
What was that?
Because Akramar tried to poison everyone else in the tower and laughed about it, but I just feel like still at the very deep parts of Akramar, he was like, "But I'm gonna still save Rafal, but everyone else can die in the poison chamber." It's funny.
First of all,
we all knew
I couldn't see what was happening to everyone else, and I was laughing at a character because you guys were funny as hell.
It was funny because you were secretly poisoning us every time you closed the door.
I'd fix it. Don't worry about it.
And you did it multiple times.
Was I not there for that session?
No, you were on an upper floor.
Black Iron Tower.
Oh, that's right.
Black Iron Tower. When Agromar was in the magical box of safety.
I was just ahead of everyone.
Let me click this button, and it just releases this poison gas, and his room is safe, and he just laughs. He's like, "Wasn't that funny?" We're like, "No, don't do that again." He pushes the button again, and we're like, "Stop it, please!" Oh
He's
my
a
god.
monster.
I am a monster.
I don't think so. I think you're technically a celestial.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not monstrous, but...
Well, I mean, that
I'm
means...
celestial.
So we did find somebody that could gather info in Averston, correct?
Yes, I talked to the queen, and we need to. Next time we'll get with the good doctor. Apparently, that's one of her spy contacts.
Cool.
Which is surprising because that guy was kind of a bumbling idiot.
Dr. Wells?
Yeah.
Because if that's the
Oh no, he's not the one that was there when we did the miracle, right? He's just the one that sent us to trail.
He's the guy who had all manner of very expensive poisons and potions set up inside of your inn, and you guys were all giving him shit, and so he just hand waved all that. You know what? You guys don't need to know all this information. That's fine.
Yeah, Nicolas Cage.
Cool. Then Julie has something for Rafal to ask.
Oh, he's Nicolas Cage. That's right.
Oh, something
I'm
for
so excited for
Rafal.
Leonardo.
He does look like Nicolas Cage.
Oh, that is Nicolas Cage.
And he says,
Rachel?
I'm going to steal the Declaration of Independence.
Well, Kevin, that's more what he looked like when he hopped out of the carriage the second time.
Oh,
That's
dang.
Boyle. That's the guy we're used to.
So, like, on a scale of 1, oh, I spelled veil wrong in the meme. Oh. It's not going to bother me. It's not going to bother me. It's really
gonna
not.
bother her.
It's going to bother me.
Edit on that post.
I can't edit it. I already closed out of it. God damn it. So on a scale of 1 to 10, like, is he?
I was about to ask that. How fucked is Kevin?
Yeah, like.
I mean, he's a pretty powerful dude.
Well, let me put it this way, in a manner that the party understands that they might be able to explain to Kevin later. When everybody else in the entirety of the city was worrying about assassins and the king and the like, Boyle is the sole individual that was aware of what happened to the king's secret brother when he went missing.
Yeah.
He's got connections.
I forgot I had to deal with that asshole about that.
Don't worry. We know what happened to the secret brother, too.
No, we don't.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't. He just escaped. He disappeared.
We know that he got on a ship and left.
Okay, so we don't know what happened to him.
We know that he got on a ship and left secretly.
You know, we got a lot of people. There's a lot of people we got to kill.
Kill them all. Kevin will be so proud of us.
Starting with the Queen's Court. Kill them all!
Wait, no,
Oh,
my
she
mom
has it
was part of
coming.
that court.
Like, not all the queens. Just like
Just-
the ones that, like, wouldn't support Rafal as king.
Just that creepy lady with the knife. She's got to go.
Yeah, definitely her.
Definitely her.
Make it look like an
Ravana.
accident.
I
Oh,
can
she
throw her
accidentally
really far.
stabbed her. I
Can we
don't
just
know
get to the
what
top of the
happened.
castle and I can throw her off?
You guys would, like, you know, insist the queen allows Nari, and Nari can do some shit. I'm just saying. She can't get in there without permission, though.
You know, I'm just going to keep it that way. I'm just going to have to live with it.
We believe in you, Kevin.
God.
You're not going to let it bother you.
No.
It won't bother us, so it shouldn't bother you.
All right, I'm going to head out of here, guys. Good session, everyone.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Until next 2 weeks.